Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the GovTech Week. Thanks for tuning in for the second day of an international 5-day online conference that explores the widths and depths of GovTech topic. Today, we're talking about what governments can learn from startups to provide better public services. Can you imagine a government service with perfectly designed user interface centered around your needs and delivered seamlessly? Today's discussions will help us imagine that. We will have one keynote presentation, a number of showcases of innovative tax-related tech solutions and discussions between them, a fireside chat about how Scotland sees the 21st century public services, a discussion around the stages of digital and seamless government, and a presentation about what Lithuania is doing to rethink its own public sector. A few housekeeping notes. Throughout the week and throughout today, you will hear different keynotes, presentations, and showcases of solutions. Some will be broader and will concern the big picture. Some will be about specific technical solutions for the government. Although we invite you to join for the whole week, please find what interests you the most on govtechweek.com and join at those times. Although most of the questions for the panel discussions and showcases have been already gathered from a wide range of stakeholders, please use the chat to network with other individuals joining the conference. And without further ado, let's tune in for the first keynote of the day from Liudas Kanapienis, CEO of Ondato, that has developed KYC and compliance solutions. Liudas will talk about government as a service. What can governments learn from startups?
Hello everyone, my name is Liudas Kanapienis. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Ondato. At Ondato, we help the financial institutions to turn the compliance into the business benefit. When I was asked to share what the government can learn from the startups, I was actually excited doing so. Just a second, switching, yeah, good. So if looking about that, if the governments should pay attention to the startups, of course, we have to first talk about the impact from the startup community. So the global startup economy actually creates $3 trillion value every year for this society. Myself, I'm more from fintech sector, so I will come from this angle. Actually, I was selected the fintech leader this year, so I'm talking about Lithuanian numbers only. But even in Lithuania, we have more than 200 fintech companies that employs more than 3,000 people. Actually, even ourselves, we grew more than twice during the COVID period, which means that all the fintech sector is growing and growing significantly. And we have more good numbers about the Lithuanian fintech landscape here. And actually, the credits could go to the Central Bank of Lithuania that makes that happen. So what it would mean running a government like a startup. And here we can actually start with the best example we have in the world is the SpaceX company that actually competes with NASA that is fully run by the government. If you didn't know, the NASA didn't have any flights to the space because of the accidents they have. And the other problem is that they had a huge cost on running the ships to the space. And SpaceX actually took that as a challenge that they could solve, and they made it happen. So we've just recently had a flight from the private company to the space with solving the problems they were focused on. And the real problem they were focused on is actually the waste and the price for the flight, because they could make that happen, that it would cost just way more cheaper than it used before. Here we can come to other example on focusing the problem that everyone knows is Uber. Actually, Uber made very simple thing to order a car basically to anywhere, to the airport, to your home or to the office, to take you to another place. And they focused on the real problem the user of taxi companies has. It's just to get from one point to another, and offered that making simple. And this is the first tip, like from my side, to what governments can do differently is actually to invest to understand the real problem the user is solving. And of course, that could be done without focusing on people that you are serving. Because to be honest, if look into some governmental services, and I'm using those quite a lot, some of those are created by more technical people, I would say, that are just outlisting the services or the solutions they can offer. And when sometimes from logging into the interface to ordering some kind of either extract, either new service, either fulfilling something, it looks really difficult. Of course, not on all the institutions. The credits could go to the tax authority, an example, that offered a really nice user interface for submitting your declaration. But that's the approach that has to be in all the sectors and all the institutions. And of course, this is the constant thing that the institution has to focus. The startup, by its purpose, is always looking for being the best one. Yeah, so to be the best in the market, to be the best solution, best solving problem, and all the stuff. And everybody understands that that average or just working product is not good enough. The market will just eat it. While sometimes it looks that the average or even just kind of working product is good enough for some governmental institutions. And we all understand that the design created in 2015 or the user face made in even 2010 might be not so good today. Here's the other example, of like normal bank card delivery. Yeah, so bigger or large institutions are actually sometimes acting the same as the governmental institutions, and even having in mind that lots of banks in the world belong to the government. But then players like Revolut came and actually providing the card and delivering the card like a celebration to customers' home. It shaped that totally different. And actually, it even maybe doesn't cost more than a normal envelope, but that gives a totally different approach to the delivery of your bank card or of the bank card to the customer. And that's, we all get letters sometimes from some different institutions, and that could just give, it doesn't mean that every one of us has to pack something very unique or fancy, but it's just the view on the delivery itself and of the message delivered or the product delivered to someone. And of course, I just cannot touch the question of the cloud-based technologies. I know it will be banal to talk about that, about the center of registers and all this stuff, but the cloud-based technology is something that actually is delivered to all of us now, and that can be used for scalability. So the startups, when we create our products or our solutions, we focus on actually serving like 1 million, 10 million, or hundreds of millions of customers, and we are thinking of that from the day one. And cloud-based technologies gives that opportunity. Of course, we might hear that, maybe it's not so secure or so safe, but we have to remember that the same country that we're always looking at, Estonia, has the full government on cloud somewhere. And I don't think they were not thinking about the security or safety from their perspective. And of course, time is money. Startup, by its definition, is, and by its purpose, is creating the products or the solutions to serve the market in the fastest possible way, with spending as less as possible. It means that any startup, when focusing on some kind of problem, is delivering the MVP or minimal viable product first, to deliver that as fast as possible to the market, to test it, and then if it works, to scale it, to develop it, and to focus on it, or if it doesn't, just to throw it away and to focus on another problem and to deliver another product. Sometimes when in the governmental projects, when we look at the delivery or the development of those, it sometimes looks that time doesn't exist, and the infrastructures created can be done like 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years, and it's normal. But actually, it's not, because if we want to really solve the problems and to deliver the things either better, either faster to our society, we have to do that on the really fast way and to find the quick solutions. And of course, the teams. So there's really lots of good managers in the governmental institutions, and there's really good developers there. But we talk, in example, with investors a lot. And the first question about if to invest into some kind of startup or not is actually, what is the team and full team behind that startup? So, and it means it has to be covering not only the kind of management or the owner or some kind of developers, but also who will actually perform that, who will think about the user experience, who will talk, who will lead the product, the project managers, and so on. And this team has to be focused on the delivery, the results quick. And let's take a look at a few examples on the pandemic period, how the public sector reacted versus the startup community or the private sector. And here's the first example during this COVID period, of course, could be medicine itself. So the public sector during the time actually just kind of closed their doors, did not accept any customers, the patients, and waited for some instructions from the ministry. While in the private sector, the new startups arise, offering the telemedicine products with the live video conversations and all this stuff. Lots of solutions for that arise. The private sector itself, of course, also accepted that and started serving the clients, because the client, the patient, is the first to think about. Yeah? So that other diseases or something did not stop. The second example could be education versus private education. And actually, this COVID period, I know that even started a few startups here in Lithuania, and that are really showing good results, and I believe that they will be really famous in the world. So how they reacted for this remote education stuff. So private sector in general didn't have any problems, or even they had already in place all the procedures for the remote onboarding, and some of them even offered that to the public free of charge. While the governmental education or our public education system was actually like shocked of all the situation, then we're looking for some kind of solution. So how to do that, how to organize the work, how to what kind of tools to use, and there were really lots of even technical problems during that. What actually, from like our startup perspective, looks a bit of insane, because we have the best internet speed, we have all the technologies in place, and there's lots of bunch of things that we can just use, and even free of charge, to just enable something to happen. So it's the reaction of our actions just to be taken. Then the other example could be employment service versus the private trainings or seminars or whatever. So during the COVID period, the employment service actually was just also stopped. Yeah, so it just did not accept any customers, like unemployed people, and no actions were taken of serving them. While there was just a bunch of new businesses, new startups, online seminars, even we can give credits to Meta that organized even a full show, in online. That was the fintech week here in Lithuania, and that was just switched, quickly to the situation we had. While some of the public service was just completely stopped and not provided to its customers, to users. And something more closer, let's say, to our field, what we're working, as the fourth example I could give, would be the migration department versus the banks. Because when COVID situation happened, all the services of renewal and everything, or taking the passports, was just stopped. And it's actually now happening in other institutions and other countries, that has still lots of people that, like now more than half a year, don't have the new documents. Of course, it might be not a big problem, when we have bans in traveling, and maybe people don't need a new document. On the other hand, they still are using the services, and they are showing the documents to other service providers. While the banks during the time, and there we helped a lot as well to the financial sector, just offered the online video solutions, and that's it, and just replacing the physical meeting and then meeting the person with a simple communication that I'm coming to you now, with the just showing the document, presenting himself, and that's it. And that's the approach of the problem, of course, because the government understands that it will kind of not stop anyway. Yeah, so that they will have their salaries going on and all the stuff, while the private sector just have to think so what to do and how to react in that situation. So from the, as I mentioned, only from the fintech perspective, at what we could share, let's say from the technology part, that could be applied now in the public sectors, and what is developed here in Lithuania. It's not, of course, only by us, but by our community. So we're using lots of face recognition technologies, big data analysis, artificial intelligence and machine learning, optical cognitive recognition, cloud technologies, banking core. I'm mentioning that because I've heard the initiative of opening the government bank. So there's really no need to create anything up there. You just have to take this really bunch of good companies creating banking core solutions and this kind of stuff for those more than 200 or fintech or financial companies here in Lithuania. And of course, anti-money laundering and know your customer technologies that are very spreadly used here in Lithuania. So I hope that I've shared something with you and you have something to take from this presentation. My name is Liudas Kanapienis. I'm the CEO of Fondato. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liudas. Next, we'll have a showcase of solutions that transform different governments' tax collection and a discussion Taxes in the Age of Fintech. We'll have presentations of 2 cases from Estonia about payroll tax collection, salary payment, and entrepreneur account, a case of VAT and blockchain from Luxembourg, the case from ending the shadow economy, online invoices and online cash registers in Hungary. We'll also have e-invoicing from Finland and the declaration wizard, a new way to declare income from Lithuania. The showcase and discussion will be moderated by Šarūnas Malakytė, head of Rocket.
Okay, so let me start then. Hello and welcome to the discussion Taxes in the Age of Fintech, exploring the case studies. It is my pleasure to be a host of this event, and together with you and today's guests, we'll dive deep into GovTech and fintech partnerships. Fintech sector within the past decade dragged special attention for its rapid development, constant innovation, and its ambition to build cross-border and cashless society. At the same time, governments across the world are dealing with various old and new challenges that are related with financial sector, such as shadow economy, digitalization and automation of services, changing regulations, as well changing the needs of the citizens. Solutions that worked 10 years ago are no longer applicable today. That's why innovation becomes a common interest point for government organizations, banks, fintechs, businesses, and startup community to join forces to rethink public services and create impact together. So during today's event, we will learn from some of the best case studies and success stories from Lithuania, Estonia, Hungary, Finland, and Luxembourg, and see what challenges are they successfully coping with from the tax perspective. About today's event, I will introduce our guests of today one by one, and we'll ask them to showcase their solutions. Afterwards, we will have a panel discussion to hear the key takeaways from them. So please stay till the end and enjoy the event. So to kick off, I would like to invite Henry Lindeberg, Development Specialist at Estonian Tax and Customs Board. He will tell us more about payroll tax collection related to salary payment. Hello, Henry.
Hello. Okay, I will share my screen. Let's see. I hope everyone can see my slides. So, yes, hello, I'm Henry Lindeberg, a development specialist in Estonian Tax and Customs Board, and I will give a brief overview of one of our solutions that we have created in cooperation with LHV Bank to collect payroll tax declarations from businesses as a background service, basically. So we have different ways to declare our payroll taxes. These are, of course, still paper forms, which are not very used anymore. Electric forms in our e-EMTA, which is our Estonian Customs Tax and Customs Force online self-service portal. Then, of course, there is a way to upload a predefined file format if anyone uses these from accounting softwares, for example. Then there is a direct data transfer from accounting softwares, which is very widely used. And then finally, we started to think about a little bit more of innovation and thought about how to take it to real-time tax declarations. which means basically you are declaring taxes without thinking about filling and confirming your payroll tax declarations. So this is done as a background process while you are actually paying out your salaries to your employees. So what is it? It is an innovative payment solution set up in cooperation with bank and Estonian Tax and Customs Board, and it is mainly for small and medium-sized enterprises. That solution enables for those companies or enterprises to pay out salaries to their employees and declare state taxes in a single channel at the same time, which is convenient to pre-fill the declarations of income and social tax returns, and it is automatically done in the background, so you don't have to think about it. So why did we do it? So we thought we looked at the small and medium-sized enterprises in Estonia who only pay payroll taxes, and there was about 38,000 of those companies, and that is about 1/3 of the employers in Estonia. So our objective was to reduce the administrative burden of these small and medium-sized enterprises, and we thought about what we actually needed. Did we need the data on the tax returns or the tax returns themselves? So of course we needed data to calculate tax and collect it. And we analyzed where we could get this data. The most logical place was a bank where these payments are done. So this is how we came up with this solution. So who is it for? It's mainly for small and medium-sized enterprises who are not VAT liable, because VAT tax declarations are not done through this solution. And companies or businesses who use mostly the 6 main common payment types. So these are salary payments, dividends, management board member fees, sickness benefits, payments of contract under the law of obligation, and also minimum social tax obligations. So the minimum social tax is paid for your employees. For example, in cases where the employee was mostly on vacation for the majority of the month, so you still need to pay the minimum social tax obligations for them. Then I will show you the user experience, how it looks like. So we developed it in cooperation with LHV Bank. So we have worked with Margus on these services before. And in order to make the payments, the representative of the company must have signed agreement with the bank to use the service and full authorization to approve payments in the internet bank. And on Estonian Tax and Customs Board side, they need to have the authorized access to the e-EMTA self-service portal to represent this company. So the accountant, for example, has to have the right permissions in both sides, in the bank side and also in the Tax and Customs Board side. Then they basically have to log into their internet bank, start a new payment. They select the payment type as salary payment and fill in all the necessary fields. So this is very similar to a regular bank transfer, but here you have a couple of more fields to fill in, which are necessary to fill in the tax declarations in the background. So there are also employees identification code, for example. They have to select the payment type, is it salary or dividend payments. Then also we have a working time rate, which has to be filled in, and the net amount of payment to the employee. And on the background, yes, I talked about those. So the amount paid out to the employee, and then on the background, as you filled in these amounts and all the data, the background process calculates the taxes, and the taxes are calculated on tax administration side, not on the bank side. So we have a communication services between two institutions or two parties, and the tax calculated is always correct because it is done by tax administration. So next, if that was all correct, you have to sign and approve the payment, and it is done. So the payment to the employee is done, tax return is filled with the payment data, and tax is paid also on the background. So in one transaction, you paid out the salary or the payment to the employee, and also a second transfer in the background is done to tax administration for the taxes. So a little bit about the technical details also, how this solution works. It is based on two X-Road-based services, data exchange services, which X-Road is a data exchange layer that is used in Estonia between different government organizations. Service one is tax calculation that was used in the background while to calculate the taxes, and second service is the one that fills in the tax return or tax declaration in tax administration side and confirms it when the time is correct. So those services are running in background. Taxpayer only sees a calculated tax amount in internet bank and doesn't have to worry about anything else. Also, if a bank wants to start providing this service, then they have to sign a data exchange agreement between bank and Estonian Tax and Customs Board. So this is also necessary to secure the data exchange between about the employees between two parties. So the background processes work like this. All required salary payment form fields are filled in internet bank. Service one checks the if all the permissions are present, and then calculates the tax. Second step is confirming the payment. Service 2 also double checks the permissions and authorization in Estonian Tax and Customs Board side. Then if that is all correct and fine, then it fills in the tax returns and the payment with the payment data. Bank makes payment to employee and also the second payment about taxes to Estonian Tax and Customs Board. And this third step is on the background. The Customs Board automatically checks if the return has any mistakes, just to double check it. If there are some mistakes for whatever reason, then we send out a notification to the employer, email or SMS, that they have to come to our EMTA self-service portal and check the declaration. There might be something wrong. In most cases, everything is correct and the tax declaration is automatically confirmed, and everything is done. So nothing else to worry about. And that's it from my side.
One more solution to be presented is from Hungary, and it is Attila Mijani, Head of Central Management Control Department at National Tax and Customs Administration. She will tell us the presentation, The End of the Shadow Economy, Online Invoices and Online Cash Registers.
Hi all, my name is Attila, and I would like to introduce you two interesting projects in Hungarian tax administration, the online invoicing and online cash registers. But first of all, I would like to remark that the title of that presentation is given by the organizers. I changed in a very minor part that title. I added a question mark today after the first sentence. Let's see the details of two projects after defining some principles. So, a good data reporting system has to be immediate, automatic, and detailed. That's important to get immediately, automatically detailed data for the tax administration, which is already a safe place. Both the online cash registers and online invoice reporting follow that three principles. Online cash registers. The spirit of that system is the fiscal control unit, which is as obligatory part of online cash of the new cash registers in Hungary. The fiscal control unit is recording, storing, and transmitting the data to the tax administration. What kind of data? All the data of cash register printed documents, so the receipts, and it is a well-defined data structure, and it's general instruction how to create that XML file. So independently of manufacturer, all the cash registers use the same XML structure for that data reporting. The fiscal unit stores some events data and daily technical report, and it is logging the communication with the server. The log file is a standard XML file independently of the manufacturer. The communication in online cash register system done on mobile phone network. The mobile phone coverage in Hungary is near to 100%. It was already in 2013 when introduction of that online cash register system started. So the mobile phone network is a very safe and available, always available infrastructure for the online cash registers communication. Here's the overview of the system. We provide an integration and test access for supporting the developers. Here are the cash registers sending data via mobile phone network, and we store the collected data in a data warehouse, and we have a special tool for local inspection support activity too. It's very interesting part of the system that the tax administration can remotely update some details in the fiscal control unit. We can update the header receipt, and finally, that's the most important part of the system, the tax administration can update the fiscal control unit firmware. And it's the only way to change that firmware. Milestones of the introduction. As you see, it was about a 2-year process from the first legislation until the deadline for changing to online. That's a very, very tight schedule. So most of other countries are following not so strange schedule. The online cash register system is very successful project. It was very successful project. If we decrease the VAT gap before the introduction and after the introduction, it decreased with about 7 percentage point. The online invoice reporting came about 5 years later. That's an obligation. All the invoices has to be reported to the tax administration, and the introduction has 3 milestones, 3 steps. At first, from July 2018, only the B2B invoices are to be reported when the VAT content is over a defined limit. From July this year, with no limit, all the B2B invoices are to report, and from next year, January, all the issued invoices, the B2B, B2C, and so all the invoices are to be reported. How to do it? The machine-made invoices has to be reported immediately using a REST API, and the hand-made invoices, there is a web portal to report them. It has to be done in 1 to 5 days after issuing the invoice. What kind of data? All the VAT related data has to be reported, so that reporting obligation follows the 3 principles too. It is automatic, just in machine-made invoices. It is detailed, and it has to be automatic. There is a online invoice portal for the details of that online invoice reporting. All necessary data is available, and it's available in English too. All the description, all the definitions of the system. Technically, it's a machine-to-machine. The machine-to-machine data report use just common technologies, and it made on public internet, and it used just very common and free technologies, so all the developers can prepare the invoicing softwares for making that online report about issuing the invoices. The Hungarian Tax Administration provide an invoicing software, an online invoicing solution for the very small taxpayers. It's a service, it's not necessary to use, it's just a service, which is a basic solution for small payers, for taxpayers. So finally, that 2 solutions, I don't know if they are the end of the shadow economy, but I hope so. So I hope we can ignore the question mark from the title of the presentation. Thank you.
So let's move on with our next speaker, it is Margus Holland. He is the head of digital banking at LHV Bank Estonia. And Margus will tell us what happens when fintech meets freelancing, and will explain what is entrepreneur account.
Hi, everyone. As pointed out, my name is Margus, and I will try to explain what we did with something called the entrepreneur account. Let's see if we can get this keynote to start. 1 second. Let's see. Hopefully the thing will now show. Now, why did we actually do this, and who's it for? The entrepreneur account is simply, it's just a simple bank account, and it is for private persons, and it's used for let's say all the simple person-to-person transactions that might that actually require that you declare your taxes. So far, mostly people have not used this, but because something like this did not exist. If you were a really law-abiding citizen, you actually did declare your taxes when the time was right. But let's be honest, most people usually didn't. Now we have this really simple solutions for, let's say, babysitters, handy workers, market vendors, whoever needs to or does transactions with other people, and mainly where cash is involved. Entrepreneur account also can be used for person-to-business transactions, but there is a slight difference that if you are actually selling products, it's perfect. If you're making self-made, I don't know, you're knitting something or something that actually has very small expenses, this is the perfect solutions. But if you are providing a service, then this might not be the best case for you or the best solution, because then the business you are actually selling your your services to will have another let's say 25% tax added to this amount they actually pay. Now the why part is also really simple in this case. We wanted to create a solution that has no bureaucracy involved, and if you generate enough income in a month, you can actually receive health insurance from this as well. Now, this might seem that, it's quite impossible too, but actually it is really possible. It's quite simple. Now, there is something beautiful in the simplicity, how it's actually done. Now, it is a free service to everyone, and how it works is it's just a simple bank account. You can open as many as you like. You can order a bank card to it. You can withdraw cash. You can add cash. You can also accept payments if you order a card terminal to it. And the key to it, how it works, is that every transaction that is added to this account, the tax collection or the tax calculation is done instantly and automatically in the background. And by that, it also is added to the person's tax return. The calculation is done on the Tax and Customs Bureau side. Thus, it is always correct. And it is all online all the time. Getting a entrepreneur account is really simple. All you have to do is you have to have an account, or let's say a user account in LHV Bank. Then you log in, you open an entrepreneur account by simply agreeing to some terms, signing the agreement, and you're done. And you can start accepting payments wherever you want. The payments show up in your monthly or your account statement. First, there's the proceeds that come from your whoever you're doing business with, and also the taxes that are automatically calculated that are sent out to the Tax and Customs Board. And that's it. There's nothing more difficult about it. Now, some of the results from these are taken from July this year, and we have more than 2,500 active accounts, which is quite astonishing that this has been only 2 years, or 1.5 years almost. There's like 4 million euros have gone through these entrepreneur accounts with more than 2,000 transactions per month. And I think this is the best number. It's like 820,000 euros in taxes that are received via entrepreneur account. This is a really big number. To put it in perspective, let's say that this was not paid. It's like almost close to 1 million. And I think this is a really, really nice number. Some remarks. This would not have been possible if we didn't have excellent cooperation with the tax board. And also the X-Road infrastructure, that is the data layer between different government organizations in Estonia, is the key to this. It is suitable for new business models like Bolt, Uber, Bolt, any other sharing vendors. And one of the points is also that the Estonian Unemployment Insurance Fund actually sends a lot of clients our way, because there are a lot of people who have either lost their jobs or are still looking for something, and this is a really simple yet efficient way to start. If you don't have to open a company, there's no bureaucracy involved, and I think that's it. It's really that simple.
Thank you very much, Margus. Next to showcase is Quentin Vascot, associate partner at KPMG Luxembourg. He would tell us how to combine blockchain and VAT. Welcome, Quentin.
Hi everyone, my name is Quentin Warscott and I'm an associate partner at KPMG in Luxembourg. I'm joined today by Said Firi, my fellow colleague and partner here at KPMG Luxembourg, to talk to you about VAT DLT. What is it, you might ask? Well, it is a concept created here at KPMG that aims to fight against cross-border VAT fraud within the EU. Every year, 50 billion euros goes missing due to VAT fraud, and missing trader fraud in particular. That makes 100 euros every year for every EU citizen. How is this possible? Well, missing trader fraud happens when traders do not remit the VAT they receive from their customers to the tax authorities. But these customers request a tax deduction based on the invoices they hold for the goods or services provided to them, which leaves the tax authority with a loss. This fraud scheme is usually facilitated by the application of the rules for cross-border supplies and related exemptions. It also relies heavily on the shortcomings of the current VAT reporting and collection mechanism. Nowadays, there should be efficient solutions for preventing VAT fraud, and KPMG's VAT DLT is one potential application. Our VAT DLT concept, which my colleague Said will go into more details on in a few moments, enables a secure collection of VAT by relying on blockchain technology. This technology will enable the collection of VAT in a decentralized way, making it fraud-proof. VAT DLT is currently in a theoretical phase, but a white paper has been prepared and shared with the EU Commission and the tax authorities in Luxembourg. There are still a few obstacles we need to conquer in order to see this technology come to fruition. For example, a modification to EU directives requiring the unanimity of all member states will probably be required to make effective use of such concept on a cross-border basis. And now I give the floor to Said, who will go in more details about our concept.
Thanks, Quentin. Hi, everyone. Let's get together to the heart of it. How does it work? You might have heard a lot about the blockchain and the distributed ledger technologies over the last few years. Indeed, there has been a lot of buzz around these topics. We strongly believe in the potential of this technology to fight VAT fraud. As its main benefit is to allow various parties to validate transactions in real time and later have access to this information. This is exactly what is needed at the EU level to end VAT fraud. We have designed VAT DLT as a way to promote a decentralized network where EU transactions will be registered using DLT to eradicate VAT frauds for goods and services. The network, a private blockchain network, will be composed of nodes shared by EU countries' national fiscal authorities. These nodes will store all B2B transactions carried out within the EU. In addition, the network will be combined with entities that will capture money flows from the seller that we call cash CCP. VAT amounts will be tokenized by this cash CCP and reflected on the blockchain network. These VAT coins will only be exchangeable against money held by the tax authorities by taxable persons having the right to claim that VAT back. Undertaking this tokenization will ensure that VAT is actually paid to the tax authorities and does not disappear via fraudulent company liquidation or more generally by the disappearance of the taxable person that collected the VAT on behalf of the authorities. The scope of transactions that could be included in the VAT DLT network will be limited to domestic and cross-border B2B transactions within the EU. I know that's a lot to take in, and of course, such a model will not emerge from a day to another. As we previously mentioned, it has many challenges. Other challenges may arise due to the type of transactions in scope, adaptation of current regulations, and the governance around this platform and its performance. Still, we are optimistic that these challenges can be overcome with a strong willingness to end the VAT fraud. And now I will leave the conclusion to Quentin.
Thank you, Said. For the first time, a concept leveraging on new technologies answers the challenges raised by VAT collection. Even though it's an ambitious project, we strongly believe that the benefits for EU citizens are so significant that it justifies the implementation effort. Thank you for your attention, and now let's have a look at the video showing concretely how this could work.
VAT DLT, a new concept from KPMG. VAT DLT could put a stop to VAT fraud by making sure that all VAT due is paid. It would do this by using a platform on which transactions are validated using a distributed ledger, also called blockchain technology. It also means that it's more secure than any other type of platform. Let's see how a single transaction might look. The buyer, company B, is based in Belgium. It is purchasing 12 bicycles from a Spanish firm, company S. Both have already signed up to the platform. Once the companies have negotiated the terms of the deal, it's up to the seller to register the transaction on VAT DLT. After automatic compliance checks, the platform confirms the VAT to be paid and then lets the buyer know where to send the money. The buyer transfers the money for the bicycles, including VAT, to the cash clearer. The cash clearer then transforms the VAT into tokens called VAT coins, which are put into the seller's VAT account via a secure API. The VAT is temporarily blocked on the seller's VAT account, so fraud isn't possible. This part of the process is key. The seller gets the money for the bicycles minus VAT. Meanwhile, the VAT coins are sent from the seller's VAT account to the tax authority's VAT account, first in the country of the seller, then in the country of the buyer. Netting can take place at this time. After that, the VAT can be reclaimed by the buyer after more automated compliance checks. If everything looks good, the system approves the refund on behalf of the tax authorities. Ka-ching! Everyone's happy. This entire process currently takes months, sometimes years. With VAT DLT, it will be done in days. VAT DLT. End VAT fraud using blockchain technology. VAT DLT, a new concept from KPMG.
I would like to invite the next speaker, Perttu Nitti, who is the head of products at Basware. His presentation is Global Leaders in E-Invoicing, Cloud-Based Invoice Automation. Welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Let's see again if I can also share my screen. All right, I guess it's visible. So hey, thanks for the opportunity. As said, my name is Perttu Nitti. I'm the Chief Product Officer at Basware, and I'll take a bit more holistic picture this time and briefly talk about Basware, but then talk about the role of e-invoicing in the economy and also a little bit how it relates to sort of tax collection when goods and services are sold. So very briefly about Basware. So what do we do? So we are in the business of automating what we call the source to pay process. So everything starting from when the supplier is being searched for to the time when the payment is actually made for those services or goods that have been sold. And we operate this pretty much globally. So we have a global, what we call an open business network, which is a network where the buyers and suppliers can exchange not only invoices, but e-invoices and purchase orders and other documents related to the transactions. And we operate, or our solutions are used, let's put it that way, in more than 175 countries. And the network, so we have more than 2 million organizations that are actually connected to the network and doing business. And of course, there's also a lot of cross-border business conducted there. So there's a lot, of course, within country, but there's a lot of cross-border business as well. So I already briefly mentioned this, but when often, the focus is on e-invoicing, on what happens there, because that's of course quite central to the taxation and getting the taxes right. But what it's really important to understand is that especially for the larger corporations, how they view the world is that it's part of this larger process that really does start from going through your spend, understanding where you're spending money, understanding who you're doing business with, and then starting the vendor selection, the procurement, and then ultimately ending up in the invoicing and payments. And what these large corporations are typically after is to actually automate and digitalize this entire process. Now, having said that, a very good place for them to start is actually the e-invoicing and the accounts payable automation that comes after that. So there's a lot of benefits also for the companies in getting accurate data from their invoices to their systems so that they can fully automate the internal process when it comes to invoice handling. Basically, they don't need to employ so many people doing sort of manual tasks because they can just automate it with solutions. So then about e-invoicing and taxes and what we see in the market. So there's a lot of governments across the globe now pushing for e-invoicing. And in a simplistic manner, we see basically two different types of models that are being adopted. So either it's sort of a post-audit model where you need to be able to provide evidence after the fact. For example, have taxes being paid. in these cases, there might be a push from the government for the organizations to adopt e-invoicing, but there is typically a bit more freedom to choose, between different methods and formats of how you actually do it. Then on the other extreme, there's the clearance model, which enforces more control, which has also been actually quite widely adopted in Europe as well as then especially in Latin America. And now the latest one adopting a similar model is India, which is going to start in October this year. And there, basically, e-invoicing is made mandatory. And then there is basically a central, typically a government-controlled infrastructure environment, which makes sure that for every invoice that is sent, either a copy of the invoice or at least sort of the most important data that's needed for taxation is actually always posted to that government portal. So this is a way basically to battle the shadow economy that depending on the country is a lesser or a bigger problem, but I guess there are no countries that are sort of exempt from this issue. So tackling it with the basic means of whenever an invoice is sent, there needs to be a copy in a way in the government systems. And then when the buyer is paying that invoice, they need to check that has this actually been registered, or is it sort of a rogue invoice that hasn't ever been registered with the government. When going through sort of how to set up the e-invoicing, and of course, in some cases it's governments who are pushing it. Some cases it's large businesses who are just like forcefully pushing their suppliers to go to e-invoicing. But it's really important to understand that there are multiple different stakeholders involved. Each have their own needs, and in order to be successful, the needs of these different kind of organizations should be really taken into account. So simplistically saying, like, what kind of policy should be adopted to promote adoption? Well, first of all, I think mandates. What we've seen in different countries is that, of course, whenever there is a government mandate, I mean, clearly, of course, that pushes the companies more towards e-invoicing. But it's also crucial to have enough pull in the system, meaning that there's enough benefits for all the parties. Because in the worst cases, what we've seen is that while there is electronic invoicing infrastructure set in place by the government and this posting of the invoice data works, there might still be a paper copy of that same invoice sent between the buyer and supplier, which to me doesn't make any sense, in this age anymore. It's important to make it easy to adopt, and especially for smaller companies. They don't have a lot of IT budget typically, and they are already constrained from many different directions. So it's important that they can adopt these kind of solutions easily. If at all possible, it would be good to leverage sort of the existing technologies frameworks. I've mentioned PEPPL there, which is the sort of one of the most growing ones right now, but basically just saying that let's not reinvent the wheel. There are plenty of different technologies, frameworks, and formats already available to choose from. I said mandates are good, but I do believe in sort of open innovation and competition. And if there's too much mandates, then that doesn't really always take place. And overall, I would say that to promote the open ecosystems and interoperability. So there are many other companies who are in the same business as Basware, and for example, we have more than 200 interoperability partners, meaning that if their supplier wants to send an invoice to our buyer, that is possible. So to wrap it up, basically, what Basware is doing, of course, we're operating globally an e-invoicing service. Ensuring that our customers can be compliant also with the local legislation and the taxation rules. A lot of things mentioned on this slide, so I won't read everything through. But what I would like to mention is the ecosystem and interoperability. So in our solution set, we have also open APIs, also to promote sort of innovation, like along and on top of the Basware platforms from sometimes smaller, sometimes larger fintech companies, and we have an active partnering strategy. We've I think announced over the past year maybe 6, 7 technology partnerships in this space. All right, that was all from my part.
Thank you, Berto, for your presentation. Once again, I would like to give a reminder for keeping an eye on the time so that we have enough time slots for everyone. For the next presentation, I would like to invite a pair of the speakers that will represent both sides, the governmental and the business side working on one project. So it is Gintaras Arbutavičius, Project Administrator at State Tax Inspectorate under the Ministry of Finance of Lithuania, and Andrius Kaikaris, Chief Operating Officer at NRD Companies. They will represent the new way to declare income, so-called declaration wizard. Welcome.
So, hello, we'll share our screen in a second. And my name is Andrius Kaikaris.
And my name is Gintaras Arbutavičius. And we would like to present you the Declaration Wizard, a new way to declare income in Lithuania. Project owner and initiator, Lithuanian State Tax Inspectorate, and project developer, NRD Systems, responsible for all development, and NFQ Technologies responsible for design.
Yeah, sorry, catching up with the slides here.
Inspectorate, NRD, and NFQ. Okay. And why we started this project? 16 years ago, in 2004, the electronic declaration system was launched in Lithuania. Accountants and ordinary taxpayers started to provide declarations electronically. It was a big innovation because there was no need to go to regional inspectorates with paper declarations, and the tax inspectorate didn't have to check such a large number of declarations, paper declarations. The process of submitting and verifying declarations has been significantly accelerated. At the time, declarations were big, large, gray, complicated forms with many boxes in which information had to be entered. For many taxpayers, this was difficult, incomprehensible. They had to seek help from accountants and consultants.
So as you see from the slide of the presentation, the original solution that we had here in Lithuania actually mimicked the paper process. So you had to fill out a form that looked essentially the same as it looked on paper. You fill it out, it goes to the local office where either a machine or a system or program or a human being actually checks what you submit and provides you feedback at some other later point in time. So together with our partners, NFQ Technologies and State Tax Inspectorate, what we did, we turned the concept around. Instead of making the person put the data in the form that either the system or the institution or the form would understand and welcome and accept it, we made the system ask relevant questions and meaningful questions based on certain life events of what people did or what kind of income they received. Maybe they did some sort of sales, rented an apartment or were renting an apartment. So all those sorts of questions were put into sort of an intricate matrix that would really guide you through the process and make you answer questions based on what you provided before and ask for your input to enter amounts or maybe provide some other specific data. So what we were trying to achieve here, we're trying to simplify the process to make it more user-oriented and be driven by the user himself, not by the form, not by the system. All of the texts were really transformed into something meaningful that actually means something to the person providing information. I know from my personal experience that every year that the tax filing period used to come, I would really have to go back to my notes from the previous years to understand what kind of things go where into that specific form. So that was eliminated. We also eliminated, this sort of background check that used to happen in the background, either by a system or by a machine. All of that is now done in real time. The wizard is something that the person sees, but there's so much more happening in the background. A lot of cross checks, a lot of information is being pulled from different institutions or different entities that are being held by the tax authority. And all of those are being cross-checked and calculated in real time, and feedback is provided in real time. So basically, at the end of the process, the person is actually able to pay their taxes or see what the amount is being returned to them and actually get it in a few days' time. One of the things that also was very painful that we wanted to eliminate was unavailability of multi-language support in the old forms, because they were really modeled by a paper form. Language was complex. It was really understandable mainly for the accountants, not for lay people like myself and every other who just goes around their normal life. Also, another thing that was never really addressed by the forms was visual impairments or people with visual impairments. They used to have help, external help, whether at the local tax office or a family member would do that for them. And needless to say, those forms never worked on mobile devices. They were created in 2004. And that's for all of us, before the iPhone or before contemporary smartphones came in and tablets and mobile devices. So all of those things were addressed with the wizard that we actually developed this time around.
Mm-hmm. And I will compare some statistical facts from the last and this year declaration. 1.4 million declarations were filled last year and 1.66 million declaration filled this year, 260,000 declaration more. Last year, 80% of declarations were submitted by taxpayers themselves, and 20% were submitted with the help of the consultants. This year, 87% themselves and 13 with consultants, 7% more. Mm-hmm. Last year, and very interesting number. Last year, filling of declaration took 5 or 10 minutes approximately. And this year, from 2 minutes, 5 minutes.
And if we look at the scale of things that we were actually able to achieve, when you go from, say, an average of 5 minutes to doing your tax returns once a year, and we were able to make it even smaller, to bring it down to 3 minutes. So even with a modest count, with 1.6 million people doing this every year, we realized the time saving of about 84,000 man hours. That's about 41 man years. So you can imagine what, the significance or sort of the power of big numbers here. So that's why we're really excited of what we're able to achieve this time.
We have received and still receive very good feedback on our visit from our taxpayers. And we are proud of that. This is the best evaluation of our work.
And obviously, there are various streams of reviews that are coming in from different parts of social media. It's media portal Delphi that's popular here in the Baltics. They did a survey. About 71% respondents said that they were pretty happy with what they were able, to do this year with their tax returns. Obviously, not 100%. People are really happy with this. And having talked to a few of my friends and telling them that yes, we were part of this big adventure. And I asked them, why you were not really happy with this? Well, because I had to pay taxes in the end. So that's why probably, the 29% of people are not happy with the solution we provided them. But otherwise, the reviews are really great. And obviously the difference in time, how much you have to actually spend doing this once a year and how much less complicated it is now, it's really overwhelming. And one last thing to mention, here in Lithuania, we have a competition that's called Naujasis Knygnešys, and it's specifically aimed at seeking out and promoting and awarding innovative digital solutions that are bred and raised and expanded here in Lithuania. So we're very happy with our personal income tax wizard. We were nominated for the best solution for Lithuania, and we were the solution that was most appreciated by the public. So those were the 2 awards we actually received this year. So we're also very happy and very proud.
So thank you very much for your presentation and congratulations on the award. As a user of Declaration Wizard, I can admit this year it was a painless experience, at least for myself. And for people I've heard from spending a couple of hours that really shortened up to 10 or 20 minutes, still figure around the forms, but congratulations on the results. I would like to move on with our panel discussion and to sum up and wrap it up what has been said and comment more on the whole development process. As Günther has mentioned over the presentation, there is this common belief that building technical solutions for the public sector is something extremely complicated, inflexible, very long-term. So could you please comment how the whole experience of creating these solutions was for you?
Yeah, Ginteras is thinking that it's probably more a question to me, but I don't know. It was from our point of view, our company does a lot of work with the government institutions, not just here in Lithuania, but abroad. But this one was really where, the collaboration was really the key. It was really the state tax inspector that, came up with the understanding that things needed to change, and they sought out a partner that would help them to both guide through the change and help them understand what sort of things were really the pain points and what needed to be changed. And another partner we had with us was NFQ Technologies. We don't have them here today with us, but they were the ones that actually dove deep into the user experiences and creating this a really comprehensive and painless user journey through the process that we were really able to implement here.
What about others? Margus, could you share how the whole experience was for you?
Yeah, sure. I think the word I'm actually looking for is painless. The best part is that we actually split the development into 2 separate processes. The tax part was done by the Tax and Customs Board, and the Internet Bank part was done by us. This is both for salary payment that Henry was talking about and the entrepreneur account. And this made this really simple as we both were able to actually leverage the knowledge we have and focus on the user experience and whatnot on the things that we actually know about, and we didn't have to start learning about everything about tax calculation and whatnot, and the tax board just were able to put out these really nice API endpoints through the Xroad layer, and we were just able to use them and create these nice services for everyone.
Henry, I would look up to you, as LHV Bank was mentioned a couple of times in Margaret's presentation and yours. So is it the same feeling on your end as well?
For tax administration side, the complexity doesn't go anywhere. It's still present here. So actually, to build a simple solution on top of a complicated, complex system, it is quite difficult. but to get users to use it, then this is something that needs to be done. In some cases, for example, well, actually both developments were quite difficult and complex on tax administration side, but the output of the services that the APIs that we created, they needed to be simple solutions, simple to use, simple to implement for banks. Otherwise, it would not have gotten any traction from the bank side. And as was mentioned by Andreas also, that we need to build solutions in the government side also that are easy to use. The user experience is better. It will benefit the governmental organizations in getting more tax returns, getting more tax revenue. Like Margus said, we have had a little bit under €1 million extra tax income in Estonia as well. So it will benefit. It is difficult to do, keeping in mind all the small extra cases or the difficult cases that are still present, but we have to give an option to fill in a simple declaration for the majority that don't have the complex incomes to declare, for example. So yeah.
And Perttu, how the experience was for you? Did you find it very complicated, or everything went as you thought that will be?
Yeah, we work with quite a number of governments across the globe. I would say mostly, definitely on the positive side. Things do tend to go quite smoothly, and they have really advanced and capable people on their side to assist in the technical matters when it comes to the integrations. Perhaps the only thing which sometimes happens, of course it happens in businesses as well, is that the need which typically can come from example from a legislation change is pushed through in some cases quite fast, and maybe there isn't always a perfect synchronization with the technological departments. So in some cases the projects tend to be a bit rushed, and then you do need to sort of adapt along the way and keep on sort of having things under what I would call like a heavy maintenance, because maybe the systems also on the government side are changing still, and then everybody needs to adapt to that. But even those, I think, we are, fairly well being able to cope with, because there is typically a very capable team then on the government side to ensure that everybody is in sync.
I would like to discuss with you what is a good starting point for fintech solutions in public sector, because during today's presentations we've heard a couple of examples. One is offering new innovative services, or either it's solving most common pain points. So at one point you get low-hanging fruits and solutions that are used sometimes by the niche, or this is something new and more simply to integrate, or like Gintaras and Andrews discussed, they are remaking something that already exists in the market. So what's the entry point, and what's if you comment on that a bit? Margus, I would look at you, as LHV Bank is pretty known as a bank innovator in Estonia. So what's your approach? Taking something that you can do experiments with, or solving really deep problems with the government organizations?
I think this is, well, it's always a cooperation, because we cannot really solve everything without the three key parts. That is well, us as a bank, the tax and customs board in this case, and also every other part of the government, and in essence the legislation. And in some cases, well, especially the entrepreneur account, was that we were already in the process when the legislation was created, and thus we were able to actually supply input already in that phase. And I think that can actually lead to a really or a simpler and a more user-friendlier process or legislation in that case as well. I think the key is to look at this from the client's perspective, not trying to find out that, oh, we have to innovate on something, but actually think about things we can simplify or create completely new solutions. And well, I think, yeah, there's no other more intricate, I don't know, difficulty behind it. Just look at the problems you're currently having, pick one and try to solve it.
Is there anyone who would like to comment on this particular question?
Yeah, I can say my word that yes, we have to monitor all our services. What is the feedback? See how large is the audience that this one or another service influences, and make our own logical decisions. I mean, we cannot, governmental organizations cannot make everything better for everyone at once. So we have to start from somewhere. We have to monitor all the services and start from the parts that influence the most of the bigger number of people. So I think this is the most logical way to go. Also, of course, legislative changes need to be done if we are going on with a more digital future, and we want to offer more digital services to users. So I think this is something that the lawmakers have to cope with while making laws. They have to include the developers in some way to come up with the right wording for legislation as well. Yeah.
Talking about new laws and regulations, and when it comes to taxes, it seems that the main driving force for innovation is regulation, and solutions are developed when something becomes mandatory. Let's talk what empowers innovation in your country's public sector the most. Is it really the regulation, or there could also be the country's strategy, like in Estonia's example? So I would like to hear on your approach on that.
In Estonia, it's one and the other. There are both ways. I mean, mostly it is, yes, it comes from legislation changes, and then it goes to the developers that we need to enforce this change also in our IT systems. In some cases, like let's say well, actually, we didn't do any legislative changes in salary payment, but we just made it work inside this regulation that is in force. But as we go on, I have been involved in the ministry level as well as the development specialist to give guidance in making new laws, that these laws that they enforce, they are actually doable in a more or less reasonable development cost, let's say.
Perttu, what's your takeaway on that?
Yeah, now I have to sort of speak almost as a Finnish citizen rather than a company representative, but I think it's both. I mean, some things come via legislation, and then in some examples, like the Finnish Tax Authority did decide on a very big sort of a digitalization initiative many years ago already, which means that, I mean, I'm old enough to have filled in like these very complex paper forms to file my personal taxes each year, and basically now how it works is that there's a portal where I can go as a citizen. I can post and update sort of the taxation information along the way. Most of the information is coming there directly via where the connections that they have to the banks and to my employers. I actually get a pre-filled tax report every year, which typically I don't even have to touch that much. And if I do it on the portal rather than on sort of complex paper forms. So I think a lot can be also achieved not via legislation, but just by having a very strong digitalization agenda. Of course, in some cases, the legislation can even work against this. So sometimes you have to go through the legislation to make sure that you actually can do these things. And especially now with more machine learning and artificial intelligence coming into the picture, there's a big discussion now that, for example, what kind of decision making can you do by that versus with a human being, and how do you take that into account in the legislation? So I think there's off to a good start, I would say, in I guess all the countries that are represented here, but certainly there's still more things to do.
Yeah, thank you. Andres and Gintaras, I'm sure you would have something to add on, as you've been already working on the project like this. So was it additional boost and motivator for you, or a pressure at the same time?
For us, it was definitely a motivator, because I can definitely say for the whole team or the extended team, everybody has been using the old forms. And it was really exciting to see how we can break down silos that were built between either different organizations within the country or different government institutions, and how they work with sharing data, or even how silos were built around and how we help to maybe overcome those within different systems at the same institution and organization, to make sure that all of everything that is available to the broader government can be integrated and can be exploited to make the user journey a bit more pleasurable than it was before. Because I think it really comes down to the mindset of how you want to approach it. There's two extreme ways, whether you work for your organization, your institution, or you work for the client, for the citizen, for the business that would use your services. But there's always this area in between where you can actually make sure or bring a lot of benefits to both parties, where it's both easy to comply. The barriers are really low to comply with the law, to perform your sort of legal duties as a taxpayer, as a business, and also the technological or administrative burden to the institution is actually lowered through the technological means. So I think it really comes down to mindset.
So could all of you share what were the key challenges for the development and implementation of these solutions? You mentioned mentality, but at one point it could also be financial, legal, technological, or even regulatory issues. So it would be really nice to hear some real examples from you.
I can maybe chime in here. Actually, I think the biggest challenge at least for the entrepreneur account, was that even though the legislation was already in effect, we had we were pretty much ready to start developing it, but as there were too many different things already in both the tax board's pipeline and our pipeline. So we actually took 1 year to get this project actually developed off the ground. So I think that was probably the biggest hurdle we had to overcome. Just we had to wait 1 year to get this thing out to the public. But other than that, from our side, there wasn't anything really that difficult to overcome. I think, of course, the taxation part is monumentally more complex, and that's why it's probably understating their efforts in this case. But yeah, I think that we didn't have any big problems in either side. Or either project, I mean.
Okay, maybe I can add on to this, the tax administration side of, for example, the entrepreneurship account. Like Perttu mentioned, that governmental databases should work together to share data. So we in Estonia as well have this similar mindset that you should ask data from a person once, and then different governmental organizations exchange the data to everyone gets it who needs it. But the government, all the data that you give to your government is quite sensitive. So all the databases, they are regulated, they have their own set of rules, and each time you change something, you have to change the contracts, the legislation, and so on. So with the entrepreneurship account as well, it wasn't difficult to calculate tax, to create these services that communicate between bank and tax administration, but so many different institutions or organizations in Estonia need the same data, or the data that we calculate from the income that you get. For example, if you get €1,000, then 20% goes to tax. This tax divides between income tax, social tax, pension fund. Social tax information has to go to different organizations. So by creating this one service to bank, we had to change 20 services that communicate between different other governmental organizations. And also this meant also creating those new contracts between all the organizations and so on. So it is difficult, but it's doable. So yeah.
I'll jump in if I may, and I'll tack to one of the previous Henry's comments where he said that, you know, he had been invited to some discussions with the lawmakers when producing or advising on how to word the law so that they're easier implementable in systems or in software. So in our project, our biggest challenge was to actually parse down the tax law or the tax code into something that would essentially present a linear journey to the taxpayer, but would guide him through all of the, you know, if you remember this paper form, we essentially had to guide him with a linear journey through every field and have every field filled. And that's really a challenge, because, you know, you have to understand what sort of questions you need to ask to get the right information, and where the answer you get at a particular point in time will have to guide you next in order to make sure that you get all of the information. So this was the biggest challenge, but I would strongly, you know, agree with Henry with his also last comment that he said, you know, you have to come with a certain mindset when you design laws, you design tax codes or any kind of other legislation that would be meaningfully presentable and implementable in systems to both make the life of the institution easier and the journey of the customer or the taxpayer also easier.
Perttu, any challenges on your side?
Yeah, I think the challenges mostly come from the fact that we operate globally. So we operate with many different governments across the board, and just keeping up with the changes, because there's always, you know, a little bit of changes either in the technical interfaces or then just in the legislation. And then to just keep up with that and understand and know, you know, what's happening where, and have that information like well enough in advance. I'd say that's maybe the biggest struggle for us. Other than that, I think it is going pretty smoothly.
My next question would go for the development companies, for the change makers in public sector. So how is it different working with governmental organizations versus B2B clients? Isn't there room for startups, or you need to have strong muscles to go into this collaboration? Andres.
Yes,
that sounds a lot from your side.
Yes, I'll jump into this one. I have to admit right off the bat, our company does not work with business customers. I mean, within our broader group, we do have a few companies that do B2B, but we essentially focus on the governmental solutions and governmental systems. But yes, you have to have thick skin. You have to have a lot of muscles because, government institutions, they're big, they're sometimes they're complicated, but you have to understand the reality they deal with. They have, a lot of legislation they have to deal with. They have a lot of legislation that they have to implement and oversee. So naturally, their systems are complex. The processes are really not easily comprehensible, and you have to invest both time and effort to get up to speed and to both help your client and make sure you guide your team through the right journey and to get to the required results. So yes, you have to have stamina, you have to have perseverance, and you have to put in a lot of effort to get the right result that would be also satisfiable to use and really meaningful to actually bring change.
Berto, do you share a similar experience?
Yeah, I mean, in addition to just to connecting these government run sort of portals, we also, of course, sell and offer our services to various governments. And I do agree. I mean, it does require a bit of muscle and thick skin for the reasons that Andrews explained earlier. I would say, and then of course it also depends on the government, but I would say that maybe as a guideline, if they want to allow also smaller companies to do business with them, is that in some cases we've seen that there's a very, very long list of mandatory requirements in order to participate in a bid, for example, and with a closer scrutiny, actually, they don't always come from any kind of legislation or like real need. It may be something that was actually required ages and ages ago. It can come back from like some templates which were used back in the days when everybody hosted their own service and such. So maybe just a request that keep in mind when they're building these RFIs and RFPs that they don't sort of unnecessarily block out smaller companies by introducing requirements that are not truly must-have.
I can maybe add to this only from my side the fact that we've actually done business both implementing with the government, with the taxation board, and with TransferWise. And I think while you mentioned this, that there are some slower processes or maybe more difficult processes, in some cases this actually can be quite good, because with the government's, let's say the API we're actually tying into, it's rather strict in a sense that it will not change. While you're working with startups, they might come up with a really great idea next day and change everything, and everything breaks. So there are like two sides to this thing always, but this doesn't really mean that one is better than the other. It's just one little fun fact that we've had experiences working with both, and I must say that there, at least for the Estonian government, everything works really well, and people actually want to do these solutions and make life better for the customer or for the citizen.
I can maybe comment on my side that I've seen what are some of I think the biggest issue for development companies that we work with is that they have to work to develop a software that considers all the cases, every small little detail that needs to be that can happen, but they don't have access to real world data. So this is a very difficult task to do if you are not allowed to see what is actually the data in governmental databases. So, but this is something that's a challenge for development companies. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. That was really interesting to hear. And as for the whole time, we spoke about what has been achieved already, what were your case studies and success stories at the same time. I would like to hear from all of you on my last question. So what's the next biggest thing in your agenda in relation to impact, fintech, or innovation making? That's a tough one, but you have one shot.
Okay. Currently, I'm working on a project that's actually connecting very different governmental databases with very different level of data. That's how correct it is. Some databases that are quite poor data quality, and the others are quite good. So the difficulty is here to get all this data to make it connect with each other, and then actually give a result that is acceptable. So this is something that's my task currently, and it is quite difficult, I can say.
Good luck with that. Who would like to go next?
I might take a stab at this. I can't really mention anything specific because otherwise we might lose the edge of actually going public with something. We are working on multiple solutions that we would like to make life easier for our customers. Unfortunately, none of these are actually tied to any government things at the moment, but we are always working on something. So unfortunately, I cannot name any specifics. So
maybe on the next event you could share the updates on current achievements.
Yeah, hopefully.
Andres, what about you?
I'll let Gintara start first.
We have 100 different declarations, and our biggest challenge in future to create other declaration wizards for those declarations.
Yeah, so that's definitely a complex task. As for our companies, what we're actually looking forward to is one specific thing is virtual fiscal devices or virtual cash registers. And there has been some movement on this in Lithuania, I think, during the last year, but we're also working on a solution in one of the foreign or countries outside Lithuania and actually building this for that country. So I think in a few short months' time, we'll probably be able to come back and tell you how that went.
Perttu, is there anything specific you would like to share about?
It's a pretty broad topic. I mean, we will continue on the agenda of helping both businesses and governments to digitalize this sort of purchase to pay or source to pay process, and of course the invoices and the suppliers are key there. So there's still a tremendous amount of paper-based or image-based invoicing going on, and answering like even simple questions that for all of your spend, like so how much do you spend, who do you spend it with, and what do you spend it on, to get that from a single place with clean data, and then to be able to offer that data also via APIs to of course the customers themselves, and with their consent to sort of innovative third parties. I think there's still a lot of work to do there. So that's what we'll be doing also in the future.
Thank you very much. So I believe that was a nice wrap up and something to wait in the future. So from my side, I would like to thank for all the panelists and for presentations that we're giving today. That really helped us to give a better understanding how fintech and GovTech collaboration could look like, especially in relation to taxes. So for the viewers, I wish have a nice day and enjoy the rest of the GovTech week. Goodbye.
After such a broad review of different cases, Let's move now to another country, this time Scotland. Former Vice Minister of Economy and Innovation in Lithuania, Elius Čivilis, will be talking with Ben Macpherson, a Minister for Public Finance and Migration who is responsible for Scotland's digital public services. Let's join them for the conversation about public services of the 21st century.
All ladies and gentlemen, I'm really pleased to have this fantastic gentleman together with me in this fireside chat. Ben Macpherson, one of the leading persons when it comes to the Scottish digital government. And Scotland has been always as a role model for many countries and ourselves. We've seen a lot of interesting things happening over there. And we are glad that we now have a person who is in charge of this and who can share with us on really, fundamental things. And Ben, I would like to start our conversation with really structured way to understand what it is, this digital transformation for the Scottish government. In other words, what are the building blocks? What are the critical elements in executing this transformation? What exactly it is and what steps needs to be taken?
Thank you. And first of all, it's really great to be with you and to have this opportunity to discuss and to share together our experiences. And I think it's important to come from that point and to emphasize, first of all, between Lithuania and Scotland and other parts of Europe, how much friendship and partnership we share. And of course, here in Scotland, we have, over 200,000 people from across the EU who live here, including 17,000 Lithuanians who are incredibly welcomed and deep connections going into our history. So I just want to express that as we start off and just emphasize that this discussion and the whole wider discussion that we're having, I hope, is symbolic of the connections that we share. And I'm glad that you still see Scotland as part of that, because the Brexit that's happening that we didn't vote for and don't agree with is not what Scotland wishes, and Scotland wants to remain as close to Europe as we can and close to our friends in Lithuania and other places. So thank you for the chance to discuss all of this today, but I wanted to just express that sentiment in the first instance. Of course, you'll know that Scotland at the moment, our government is devolved, so the amount of powers that we have to impact and influence change at legislative level are limited. But over recent years, we've really tried to push the digital agenda using the levers that we do have. And the first aspect that you need, and we've learned this, both my ministerial colleagues before me and also who had this role before me, and also my wonderful officials, is that you need to start with a vision and a strategy, and a digital strategy in order to prosper in an increasingly connected and competitive world. So that is where we started. In 2017, we updated previous strategies and brought them together to take into account improvements in all those areas and to set out a vision to the country, ensuring that Scotland was recognised within itself and out with Scotland throughout the world as a vibrant, inclusive, environmentally conscious, open, outward-looking digital nation. And that required us to collaborate with experts here in Scotland and elsewhere, and the development of implications of the new and emergent technologies, such as the Internet of Things, cloud computing, sensors, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. And this process also demanded that we challenge old ways of thinking. And I know that's a huge part of the wider discussion in digital, of course. and to challenge those old ways of thinking about the services we offer as a government to the nation and the organisations that deliver them, so the different avenues and different aspects of the state. And now in 2020, we are, because of the pace at which digital is moving, we will refresh that strategy in order to take account of the extraordinary developments that the COVID crisis has brought about, and the way that our organisations and institutions have just had to make that jump to different phases of delivering digital public services in a way that was unexpected. So in terms of refreshing our strategy this year in 2020, we're about to consult, because we want to listen to others, we want to reach out to others. So we will consult on the next iteration of this strategy. And this will be a collaboration, not just by national government. Here I'm sitting in the Scottish Parliament. We'd like to show you the view out the window, but of beautiful Edinburgh, but I'm sure I'm not sure it would come across over the camera. But once things are back to normal, you're all welcome to come and see Scotland for yourself. But how we take this forward will not just be about us here in national government and in the national parliament, but also about local government. It's about the different aspects of the state through society, and making sure that we're working together to deliver services in the best possible way. And that's making sure it's collaborative and designed around people. The size of our country, just over 5.5 million people, enables us to bring leaders from all parts of society together and to work in that collaborative way on a shared vision, because we need to work together. And we are committed to doing that to ensure that services are designed to meet the needs of the user. And that's, we've always got to think of the citizen and how they utilise the digital services and the services generally, and that digital plays into that inclusive accessibility focus of what we're doing. We'll also need to cut across boundaries between service providers, so thinking about how different providers work together to deliver economic recovery, to help people first and foremost, but also to meet our climate change targets and to ensure that everyone in Scotland has the skills, connectivity and devices required to fully participate in a digital nation. And I know that is a challenge that we all face. How do we make sure that it's not just a portion of the society that's moving forward, that we're taking as much of society forward as we can. So the pandemic and our response to it has shown that the public sector needs to be able to act at speed, to develop and deliver new strategies. And it has shown, again, the importance of working in partnership with businesses, the voluntary sector, and the Scottish Government to get the right support to the right people in the right ways. And of course, as well as being a minister in the Scottish Government, I'm also a member of the Scottish Parliament for an area, and an area here in Edinburgh, actually. And I've seen firsthand how those different aspects, business, the voluntary sector, government, have all had to come together to help people on the ground. And it's remarkable when you see it. And at this time has also seen more and more of our businesses move online and rethink their operating models just out of sheer necessity in order to continue to get their products to market. And it has given more and more people the confidence to use and benefit from digital technology across all age groups. And we've all seen how older people have had to embrace mechanisms like the one we're talking on today in order to have that contact. So that's been really important, and it's made it more and more obvious that exclusion from the digital world is something that really has a detrimental effect on people and can limit their life opportunities, and in some cases their life chances. But despite all of that, as of yet, we may not fully understand the extent of the economic and social shock we have experienced until we are able to reflect on it in due course. But we can and must understand and respond to the incredible opportunity out of this very sad and troubling and difficult time that the current circumstances also present us with to build a digital countries, and for us here that means to build a digital Scotland, and one which geography, and of course we have quite a although we have some major cities, we have a lot of rural and remote communities, island communities. So geography, background, or ability should be no barrier to getting online and benefiting from digital technology. We have the opportunity to reinvent our public services to make them more personal, accountable, adaptable, efficient, sustainable, and worthy of public trust. And that's very important. Our government and our local governments, or our councils, as we call them, there's an opportunity to transform them into true digital organizations in the ways that other countries have, with digital skills, cultures, and operating models. In the business community, Scottish businesses have an opportunity to embrace the economic opportunities of digital technology and marketing, ways of working, and how that can help benefit not just productivity and business performance and innovation, but also quality of life. And I think the importance of quality of life and digital's role in that, and the way that the whole pandemic, the whole effect of the pandemic on all of us has focused us on what's most important. So how we use digital to increase well-being is incredibly important. We also have an opportunity to help prepare our children for the workplace of the future, and training and skills development needs to be available for the existing workforce as well, so that we're not leaving people behind. In Scotland, you'll know that our tech sector is a very innovative one and a successful one internationally, involving a whole range of enthusiastic partners in a network of digital and data talent. We're very proud of what Scotland has achieved in tech so far and what companies operating in Scotland have achieved, but there's much more to do. And in this, this place of the Enlightenment, there's even more that tech can bring from Scotland, and how we combine quality of life with innovation together to create that hub in energy. So I think, there's a lot that has emerged from this crisis, but for us, it's just emphasized how much more there is to do. And, a generation on from when the internet began, this whole process has been accelerated by the COVID crisis, and actually making the move to becoming an even more digital country is the next step. But to do that in a way that maintains public trust, that is inclusive, and that is about well-being and the common good at the heart of it, as well as economic performance, is where our focus is. Well, so I hope some of those reflections are of interest, but it's an exciting time.
That's really interesting. I mean, listening to you, I really now can justify why Lithuanians so much in love with Scotland and why they are moving. I mean, that's really inspirational to hear on so many aspects being covered in the digital transformation plan and the Scottish digital strategy. And you have mentioned several very, very key components like skills, culture, operating models. And I would like, a little bit to deep dive into those, especially on the skills. I mean, we've seen, younger generations picking up quite easily with technologies. We've seen many very interesting programs when it comes to the elder population. But I'm really wondering, how do you deal with the public servants? I mean, who are at the center of those transformation? How do they, take the technology? How do they themselves, close this technology gap that appears nowadays?
Absolutely, and we've been on a journey with how we improve our performance in that regard, and perhaps I can take you through it, because without doubt, governments and public sectors across the world rely very largely on long-established traditional systems, methodologies, and practices. As when I became a minister a number of years ago, learning how the civil service, for example, works has was something that was you could see the history and how everything was performed, and that's about function and about efficiency, about good governance and transparency, and all of that's important, and we want to maintain it. But those kind of traditional systems and methodologies and practices also need to evolve. And increasingly over the last decade, we have seen an uptake here in Scotland in interest in making processes more effective, more efficient, and more fit for purpose. And of course, we've seen that in the private sector as well, with businesses increasingly moving to paper-free ways of operating, trying to streamline their administrative practices, making sure that their processes and systems are ahead of the game rather than always having to catch up. So we've already seen this in the private sector to a large extent. So it's how does the public sector also play its part? And we're very conscious of that. The public sector is primed for digital transformation and evolution. So the key to unlocking this value, we believe, lies in programs that better interlink startups and government and help push that process. So, for example, the buyers and suppliers in GovTech are at opposite ends of the risk and innovation spectrum.
Okay.
As such, the role of bridging programs between the public sector and innovators becomes essential. And this has led to the establishment of GovTech programs by governments across the world. And that's something that we've sought to learn from, but also play a very active role in. So our current COVID-19 crisis has demonstrated that innovative application of digital data and technology has been crucial to the success of countries' responses. And we've seen that here in Scotland and elsewhere, that this innovation has been largely generated from smaller companies. So the mechanism by which these innovators have come to governments are either through offers of help or collated in large hackathons. And so, the GovTech programs have been at the forefront of technological innovation and driving that hunger for change and that development. But coming back to your point about innovation culture, what we've asked ourselves here in Scotland is what is our attitude to risk? What is our ability to collaborate across boundaries? And how do we pull these elements together for the benefit of everyone and the common good, so that sectors are working with a shared purpose? And that risk is addressed by skills and incentives. And that incentive doesn't necessarily need to be economic, of course. It can be aspirational and ethical and based in values and wanting to improve society. Public servants and governments are often derided for being risk averse. A good thing in many ways, but also something to consider about how evolution takes place. But a large part of this, of course, is to do with the confidence to take intelligent risks. And it's not that people don't want to take risks, it's that they sometimes don't know how to. And the system doesn't necessarily provide that incentive for them to and reward them to. So in order to run transformation programs which involve risk, we believe that you have to give civil servants the right skills and give people the right skills, and then confidence grows, and that confidence comes, with that confidence comes the willingness to push boundaries. So there's always been a debate around risk and failure in public service delivery, but a huge part of innovation is about failure. And you don't often hear politicians say that, but inventors and product developers learn from what goes wrong as much, often sometimes more, what goes right than what goes right. So the key thing for public servants is being able to consider our problems within that same those same circumstances and that same set of evaluations. So earlier in the design process, we need to be able to test and explore using the principles of agile methodology to ensure that we gather feedback all the way, and then so that if we fail, we then learn from that failure and develop that into the solutions that we want to achieve. But also we need to co-design and collaborate, and we've been very focused on that in Scotland, because the more we create a shared experience that meets our needs, the less we are likely to fail or to fail in a way that that is problematic. Because if we collaborate, then we can have that constructive development from any mistakes made. And we also need the system to disincentivize. We need to consider the system's tendency to disincentivize risk, as I mentioned earlier, and instead try to create environments where that can happen, and where programs, GovTech programs, play a really important role in that. And that is where, here in Scotland, our program CivTech, which is our name for our GovTech program, comes to the fore. So maybe just say a bit about two examples that we think are addressing that confidence and skills gap. I'll come to CivTech in a moment, but first of all, I'll just mention our Scottish Digital Academy. So in 2016, we set up the Scottish Digital Academy to provide high quality learning programs to develop and grow the capacity of the Scottish public and third sectors, and to maximise the use of digital technologies. So by equipping our people with digital skills that they can fill key roles in our public sector's projects and programs with, this helped by equipping them with through courses that cover agile methodologies, data usage, ethics, importantly, and how to be digital champions. And that Digital Champions program was important because it helped build awareness among public sector leaders of the transformative effect of digital technology. It also gave them increased knowledge and confidence to promote the digital agenda within their organisations. And also this led to over 270 of our senior management, so a good chunk of our civil service across the public sector, having participated in this academy, and our progress to digital transformation across the public services is linked to the alumni of this program. So the Scottish Digital Academy in 2016 really helped in terms of developing our management across the public sector in order to take the arguments and the policy delivery forward. And then also, secondly, the example that I think is important is the CivTech public entrepreneur program, because this is about mindset as well as skill set. So, of course, because the skill set doesn't necessarily mean they're in the right mindset, and we need to take people through that through the CivTech public entrepreneur program. So over the course of 4 years of experience through CivTech, we have explored the characteristics of successful entrepreneurial organisations who thrive in uncertain and disruptive conditions, much like we're experiencing at the moment with the COVID-19 crisis, and how these tools and techniques can be applied to our public organisations. And this has been really positively received, as it is so different to what public sector is traditionally exposed to. So it's laid solid foundations of an innovation culture, and why our strapline has become, in terms of CivTech, mindset before skill set. So that has really been crucial in terms of unlocking that innovation, but also for nurturing that sense of collaboration, which is so important, because the other key ingredient of innovation is the ability to enable free-flowing collaborative ties. which of course is what this program of discussion is all about to a large extent as well, because it's not the public sector officials who don't want to collaborate. It's sometimes they don't know how to collaborate, and indeed with whom. So we no longer think it's effective for governments to send out a questionnaire and say they've collaborated. Consultation needs to be more than that. So collaboration is about building deeper ties across the ecosystem of government, and to make sure that those ties are constantly alive and creating that innovation and that engagement. Because a nation that really grasps and maintains collaboration between public, private, and third sectors, academia, citizens groups, communities, investor groups, that is the one that is how you improve the quality of life, which I talked about earlier, but also how you attract talent, attract investment, create export opportunities, develop productivity. And this is why it's been so important for us to build on the collaboration and the learning that we've experienced so far. And that's why we're revising our digital strategy with local government, as I mentioned earlier, and others, so that we make sure that we're bringing different parts of society together to work on shared societal problems. CivTech, in case you're not aware, fully is, like I said, very similar to GovTech in Lithuania. And it's wonderful to see the GovTech programme mirroring much of what we've done with CivTech in Scotland. Very humbled by that, and glad to see that international and collaborative sharing. And I know how much of our team here in the Scottish Government and the wider Scottish digital development sector enjoys collaborating with yours, and we're very pleased about that, because we set up CivTech in 2016 to solve three key questions. Because in a world of technology, where technology moves quickly, we wanted CivTech to think about how do we procure and how do we solve problems that we don't necessarily know exists. So how do we create that innovative space to think forward? Secondly, how do we leverage the purchasing power of the public purse to deliver better public services and deliver economic development opportunities through procurement in a smarter way? And more fundamentally, how do we build the capability, the capacity, and the culture within public servants to take intelligent risk, as we talked about earlier? So to move people from a place of risk aversion to risk receptiveness, and I should say responsible risk receptiveness, as a Muslim government. So our CivTech brings together public organisations with problems or challenges. And to date, CivTech, we have run 47 challenges across organisations, right across the public sector: health, environment, transport, cyber, education, tourism, to just name a few. And from internal government challenges to citizen-facing challenges, we span the GovTech and CivTech. And the CivTech programme, of course, is one of Scottish Government's unique response to the growing GovTech market, embraces the entire spectrum of possible end users, from products and services exclusively for use internally at public sector organisations, through to those that may be funded and developed by public sector organisations but are firmly focused on the citizen. And that's the CivTech aspect. It enables that collaboration between two parts of society that would otherwise find it difficult to interact: startups and government. And one participant has, I remember, really interestingly, likened the programme as being together two plus ends of a magnet, almost, having that effect. So there's a variety of different examples that I could give you about some of the problems that CivTech has solved, but that could take some time. but there's a range from how do we help facilitate repairs of buildings between neighbours, to flood warning systems, and how do we make sure communities are informed if there's an emergency flood coming, to thinking about how consumers understand which activities and lifestyle choices are having the greatest impact on behavioural change. So those are just a number of examples in recent times that CivTech has dealt with. And there are some hard numbers as well. I mean, and I think it's interesting to think of these compared to conventional accelerators. The outputs from CivTech have included the creation of 142 full-time equivalent jobs, almost £900,000 to our public finances through taxes, almost £600,000 to our public finances through national insurance contributions, over £10 million of local economic impact. And in addition, CivTech companies have won contracts to the value of nearly £12 million, investment to the value of nearly £4.5 million, and grant income to the value of just over £2 million. So a huge impact in the hard numbers. It's essential that there's a sense of that wider benefit in Scotland beyond the public sector. And the alliance, the demo days that we've had are, of course, a hotbed of innovation, and the alumni again of those demo days have had a big impact in the market. So there's a lot more I could say about different other initiatives we've had, from our digital commerce service, making government more commercial, our investment in the innovation centres, the recent creation of the Scottish Tech Army, which is a bunch of private sector organisations that have come together, and I know have had a virtual meeting recently with the Lithuanian GovTech team, and we're glad to see that progress, and also the impact that tech has in our economy. Scotland has, like I said, is home to a thriving tech ecosystem with over 1,500 companies that contributed 4.9 billion GVA to Scotland's economy in 2019, accounting for 3.5% of our total GVA. And we're obviously looking to grow that. And GVA per head for the tech sector is 40% higher than that of the economy as a whole in Scotland. So it makes it a considerable contributor to Scotland's economy. And this success has elevated Edinburgh to the most active tech community in the UK, outside London, followed closely by Glasgow in fourth place. So there's a lot of innovation happening here. But say there's a lot we can say, but I think I should probably conclude there if there's further.
Well, I should say there are so many exciting stories has just been told, and I'm also extremely interested in hearing, that not only digital skills what makes difference, but the mindset and collaborations that are not measured anyhow, but they are so having huge impact. Also, thanks for sharing with the numbers on the CivTech impact on the economy, because it just reveals, that this is a big industry that is not yet exploded across Europe. And us following Scotland as one of the inspirational regions when it comes to the technology and innovation in the public sector, I wanted to say a big thank you for joining us here and telling that directly to our people, because our GovTech team been to Scotland already, I think, several times, and all of them, they were telling me that, hey, you should really have, a closer relations and better examples on the Scottish experience. So Ben, thank you so much. And
can I?
Yes, please.
Just say in conclusion, that collaboration that we have is so important to us in across government with Lithuania and our colleagues across Europe, as I mentioned at the beginning. But on this, our shared journey of innovation and the collaborative approach we've had so far and wish to continue is we're so grateful for that. And we'll keep driving what we can. And it should say that we've just also announced we've raised our ambition to support 50,000 households by the end of 2021 to become digitally active. So that's a state investment to continue unlimited data and support packages for 2 years, helping those involved become confident and skilled digital citizens. So this will be a total investment of £43 million and one of our most comprehensive attempts to tackle digital exclusion and at the citizen level anywhere in the world. And that's in our programme for government, which has just been announced. And I mention that as the final point because I think it gets to the heart of why we do all this. It's not just to solve problems and to perform economically. It's about inclusivity, participation, and quality of life. And we think that announcement and that commitment that we've made recently really emphasises that. I hope we can continue to have our dialogue and our collaboration because it's been great to have that internationally with yourselves and others so far, and we really, really value it. So thank you.
Yeah, we will use this digital skills investment reference to our local government because we're always, a little bit conservative when it comes to these huge ambitions like Scotland has. Okay, Ben, so thank you so much for your time and sharing with the stories, and we definitely keep connected for the future as well.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ben and Elius, for such an interesting fireside chat. Our next discussion will be called Seamless Government, How to Deliver Public Services Proactively. The discussion will center around various steps in between completely paper-based bureaucracy and a totally digitized, automated, and efficient government offering great public services. Joining us for the discussion will be Bartosz Bluis-Statulski, CEO of Laboratorium EE, Frank Lehman, Manager International Relations at BOSA, Colin Cook, Digital Director at the Scottish Government, Kristovar, CTO of Estonia, Audrona Sadauskaitė, Researcher at Visionary Analytics, will be moderating the discussion.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the fourth discussion of the second day of GovTech Week. And today is all about rethinking public services and making them fit for a new digital world that we currently live in. We will continue today with a panel discussion on seamless government and how to deliver public services proactively. My name is Audrona Sadauskaitė. I am a researcher at Visionary Analytics. We are a private research institute. We're based in Vilnius, Lithuania. And there, together with my colleagues, I conduct research and evaluation to help public sector institutions design smarter public policies. Public sector digitalization is one of my research topics, so I'm very excited to get into today's discussion. First, allow me to very briefly unpack today's topic before I introduce our wonderful panelists. Governments everywhere in the world are undergoing a digital transformation with a similar goal in mind. So this is a totally automated, integrated, personalized, and proactive public services. And people increasingly expect these services to be accessible to them by a single tap of their smartphone, or even voice activated, as you would activate your Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant, or what have you. People actually do not want to care which public institution is responsible for each little task that has to be done for them to, let's say, start a business. They just want a seamless experience without having to, think about what happens at the back office of the institutions. But we are not quite there yet. Government silos, obsolete legacy systems, PDF forms and websites galore actually limit our progress and slows us down. So today we will try to unpack this path towards seamless government, and we will focus on three things. First of all, to get a baseline for our discussion, I will invite our panelists to briefly reflect on what is the gold standard for new generation digital services. And I think that today will be a wonderful opportunity for us to elevate our standards that we use when describing and when thinking about public services, and to see whether the idea of proactive public services is relevant when we describe this gold standard. The next key issue of today will be, how can we get to this gold standard? And for this, two key questions will be important. So first of all, what are the technological enablers for these proactive public services? And also, what are the other non-tech related success factors that enables a fast digital transformation of the public sector? Whether these success factors would be human resource, governance, legislation related, or whatever else. And here to discuss this with us today, we're very lucky to have 4 digital government ambassadors that will share their insights from working in or with governments. And allow me to introduce our first panelist, Colin Cook, Digital Director at the Scottish Government. And as a Director of Digital, Colin spearheads Scotland's efforts to reinvent public services for the digital age, among many other areas of his work. We're very happy to have you with us, Colin, and we're very excited to hear about Scotland's digital transformation.
Hello, looking forward to it.
Next up, we have Christo Wacher. I hope that I pronounced that at least somewhat correctly. So Christo is the Chief Technology Officer at the Estonian government. And Christo describes himself as an engineer by heart, but anyone who has heard him speak knows that he has a talent of translating extremely complex things into simple and easy to understand concepts. Christo, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Frank Lehman. He's a manager of international relations at the Digital Transformation Office of the Belgian federal government, which is a part of a broader government organization called BOSSA. Within his role, Frank manages relations with the European Commission, OECD, and the World Bank. Frank is also an active member of numerous high-level groups of the same World Bank, OECD, and the European Commission, and all of them are related to e-governance, digital transformation, and similar topics. Frank, we're very glad to have you with us today.
Hi, Adron. Greetings from Brussels.
Next up, we have Bartosz Bluj-Stodulski, who is the CEO of Laboratorium EE, which is a private research and development center located in Warsaw, Poland. And today Bartosz will be representing the private sector perspective, very much needed perspective in these discussions, and we're very happy to have you. And as far as we know, that your company has worked quite extensively with public sector clients to deliver various smart solutions enabling digital public services. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much also.
Thank you for this opportunity to discuss these very crucial and interesting topics, at least to me personally. And let's just jump into the discussion with the first key issue, and let's set our baseline discussing what is this gold standard for the next generation digital services. More specifically, I'd like to invite you to reflect, how did our expectations for digital services evolve in the past 5 or 10 years, and how central to this gold standard are proactive public services and seamless governance? And I'd like to invite Colin to kick off the discussion and share some thoughts with us.
Thank you. It's sometimes difficult to talk about how things have evolved, because I think they've evolved at different times in different markets, and people are different, and expectations are different. And I think, okay, over the last 6 months, maybe the dial has been shifted quite radically for more people, but we still always have to remember that there are a significant percentage of people in our societies that are uncomfortable or don't look forward to dealing with government through technology in the same way as maybe those of us on this discussion today do. And I think to a large extent, if we look historically, our expectations of public services have been set by the experience of services in other sectors, particularly the private sector. And I think if I go back 5 to 10 years, I think that was usually what one would hear as a driver of the digitization of government. It was that quite often expressed very simply as, if I can bank 24 hours a day, or I can buy theatre tickets at any time of night, why can't I engage with government on the same basis? How I think the gold standard is now, a few things I'd highlight. I mean, I think firstly, the gold standard is services that are clearly and obviously designed around individuals. Perhaps one of the biggest changes I've seen in government over the last 5 to 10 years is not so much the introduction of software engineering as a discipline, as it is the real primary focus given to service design. And I think that's been a significant shift. So I think that's the first element of the gold standard. And the second element I would focus on is a greater understanding of where government needs to differentiate and develop specific technologies, and where it is most appropriate to use commodity technologies driven by the marketplace. I think the gold standard is a far greater understanding of those elements of service that can be done more efficiently, more cheaply, through common commodity technologies, and the differentiation between those and the things that really matter to people, where the focus of government innovation in the GovTech market needs to be.
Christo, would you maybe like to share some of your thoughts?
Yes, really good kickoff by Colin here. I think that, well, as I'm an engineering background, reality really is that I'm looking at real life problems, right? And I think that public sector here has an incredible opportunity to be pioneers in a way that private sector may not encounter yet today. And this is exactly for the reason that we don't expect to talk to our government every single day. None of us do. We don't expect our government to be there and ask how we are doing every single morning, or have a monitoring of our everyday lives at every single moment of our life, right? So I really think that we don't want active communication with the government and all of our public services every single day, but we want them to be there when need arises, which means that if something happens, if an accident happens, or if I need social support of any kind, then I need my government to be there. And at that point, I need this to be as seamless and as convenient as possible. So when we are looking at what is the ideal gold standard, as has been described here, then the ideal gold standard would be that each of us, would have a government official living with us all the time, there whenever we need them to always know every single answer to any kind of question that might arise, and not bother us when we don't need them. Like, this would be the perfect ideal, but obviously this is not possible to achieve. We don't have people that would like this kind of job.
And we don't have enough manpower or financial resources to actually make it happen so that everybody would be as competent to be able to provide this kind of service. So we need to look at technology, how we can address at least 90 to 95% of this need, this everyday routine, through technology. And this is where in Estonia, what we're looking at the moment is providing government services, at least the majority of government services, through virtual assistants, so that the services are there when you need them in the most convenient and in your most everyday environment possible. You don't want all those PDF forms. You don't want all of those websites that you need to navigate through. You just want to tell your phone that, hey, I was in a crash. What should I do? And you want your phone to then ask you, were there people injured? Then you're going to say no. And then it's going to ask, was there damage done to private property? And then you're going to say no. And then your phone will tell you everything is going to be all right. Make sure that insurances are going to exchange data. You don't need to call the police. And this is the kind of service that you would expect to get if you were to ask a friend that already knows all of your answers, such as like calling your parent that knows all the answers, or your friend that knows everything, right? You expect same kind of assistance from a government that gives you this kind of assistant that is able to make your problem solved, but also make you believe that now this is done. I did everything that I had to do without having to again read through multiple forms or all the minutiae of some small text or small print in some government bureaucratic text. You really want it to be an assistant provided with the help of technology. And if we can get there with 90 to 95% of service delivery, then we believe that citizens are going to be happy as well.
You touched upon a very interesting topic, which is not necessarily a topic, but a technological matter, which is the role of smartphones in delivery of these government services. And I know that Bartosz has had some very practical experience with designing such public services. And I just wanted to hear your reflections about whether there has been a shift towards more mobile first public services, whether governments have adopted this to a large extent, whether this is, let's say, the gold standard, or how far we are from it.
Thank you. We opened a very big discussion about these gold standards because the personalization, as Christo was saying, is one of these gold standard legislation, and of course the data privacy is the second gold standard, because we can't forget about that we collect a lot of data about our citizens, but also the data must be very safe, and it's a gold standard. But you touch the next way of thinking about digital public services. It's a mobile first. In my opinion, 10 years ago, we were happy when the paper moved to the web forms on our laptops. 5 years ago, we start to using the marketing word digital service designer, and everybody starts to make a new job. And we were wondering how to make it end-to-end service in the public. Now, everybody uses desktops, but laptops, it's a quite old device to use internet. And for example, in Poland, one of our clients, the university in Poznań, have a big problem because 2,000 students are not able to fill the forms to the next lecture, or are not able to check the exams because they are not prepared on mobile devices. So I think that the gold standard for the orders to the IT sector should be focused that each new public service in the first point must be mobile first, not desktop first, but mobile first. And it's still not the rule in my country. I don't know how does it look in your experience, but in Poland, we still have to explain that the mobile is the most important device in the next 10 years. We have to show data that people use mobile phones. Everybody knows it, but in orders, it's not obvious. So The conclusion from my part about personalization and automatization is without mobile-first philosophy, it will be not useful, and we will not able to change the public services.
Thank you very much for these reflections. And when you were describing this understanding of public services, which at some point was very prevalent here as well, as just putting paper forms online. So basically just making accessible whatever PDF form to order a service. However, you would still have to submit the form, be contacted via email, maybe have some calls, etc., etc. But so I think that this, we're talking about the gold standard, but we need to sort of understand that our springboard is something as putting paper forms online, still prevalent in some governments. But I wanted to invite Frank to reflect a little bit on this and just, from your experience, working with the European Commission, with, OECD, to what extent do governments have shifted away from this mindset towards, real-time governance, proactive services, or, do governments still struggle to achieve this shift in mindset?
Not longer than 20 years ago, even less. We were still in a one-way communication where the public sector was just imposing things towards their citizens and industry without even asking them whether there was a need for or whether they liked it or where that was useful. And I think that is the most important change that happened. That is, we went from a one-way communication to a two-way communication. And all of a sudden, you had these citizens who were telling the public sector what they wanted and how they wanted to interact. And yes, then the public sector had to go through a learning curve, and probably still is. And as new technologies are getting towards us at a faster, even faster paced, they constantly need to catch up and to be able to respond to that demand that comes from the other side. And we in the beginning, we said, let's make sure that the citizen can decide which tool he uses, which he prefers to interact with us. So we made our services as hardware agnostic as possible. And then, yes, this mobile phone came up, or the smartphone came up as being the winner out of all these kind of technologies, and that seems to be to become the standard. So it's now up to us to catch up with reality and to be at the same pace. At the same time, services are being personalized because we saw that was a real need from the citizen side. And we have all the data, we have the infrastructure. We just needed to organize ourselves to make sure that we could offer services in a personalized way. And actually, technically, that was not too much the challenge. We were capable of doing that and still are. Our challenges today are to digest these new technologies as soon as possible so that we know what the advantages, where we could fit it in, so that we can even be more responding to what customers need. And you hear me talking about a lot of words that are marketing related. That's probably the new job that public sector needs to learn, is to add that little marketing aspect in a positive way. I mean that, So we build services, but maybe we are not always very good in how to launch it into the market, how to educate people, how to tell them how to use it, what it can do for them. I very strongly believe that is a task we need to focus on. And then one last little thing I would like to put here on the table, that is, we have also shifted from isolated kind of services towards a reorganization of that in the form of live events. And I think that is something that is becoming very actual today. While doing that, we take away a bit of the technical complexity, and we put it more in a language that is easy to understand, easy to locate for a citizen. And as a consequence, if he understands it, he will use it more often. So these are the priorities we need to focus on for the moment.
I think that you've touched upon a very, very important thing. And thank you very much for that. This is just the perfect segue into the next thing that I would want to invite you to reflect on is the new technologies that would enable these personalized, live event focused, integrated, whatever, mobile first digital public services. And I think that both in Lithuania and probably elsewhere, we are no longer strangers to, such previously unknown and strange concepts such as, microservice architecture or, government cloud, which we are also developing here in Lithuania. So I wanted us to touch upon a little bit of these technical concepts without getting too technical about them, but I'd like to invite you to reflect upon what are the key technological enablers for such services. What have you tried to implement so far? What has worked? What hasn't? What do you plan to do in the future? And I'd like to invite Christo to kick us off here.
Yes, pitching it to the CTO, right?
Definitely.
There are certain things, but I think to reflect back on earlier discussions here, is that it's never about technology. Technology is a means how to actually make these things happen. One of my favorite things is that we are like right now in 2020 and we are discussing like these new kind of technologies and how they could provide proactive service and more personalized services. But when we look like back down in the history, we already see like one of my favorite software guys, Melvin Conway, who said a Conway's law, and his Conway's law was that we need to make sure that we are flexible for change, which means that already in the 80s, it was already an idea that technology needs to be flexible because we want to be flexible as governments, as a society, as people in our everyday lives. So we don't want rigid systems, which immediately in today's context obviously means cloud readiness in order to deal with scale. It also means microservices, and especially not just microservices, but event-driven and autonomous microservices, which means that we don't want governments that fail just because it's a single service fails. We still want to provide multiple services. And these two things are incredibly important. So in Estonia, we're looking at also, as you mentioned here, government cloud and cloud readiness and microservices. But it's all just because we want to be very flexible, and it's very important to be flexible or create the environments how that we so that we can actually be flexible. And reflecting back to Conway's law, and the reason why I really like his thoughts is that Conway's law said that no matter the systems that we want to actually build, no matter the technology involved, it is a reflection of our everyday life and everyday communications, which means if we're designing systems, and the design of systems has also been mentioned here today already, if we're designing systems, then we should really be able to we should really be encouraged to look at how we are actually expecting systems to work in real life without technology, and then seeing how technology can automate those routines. And this is one of my own personal favorite quotes of my own, is that technology's most important role is to automate the routines of our everyday lives so that we can save time to do more creative stuff, that where we do not need this kind of routine automation. And major part of what governments is doing is actually a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of routine. If we can minimize impact of this kind of routine, then we can actually flourish, hopefully, for the next generation.
I think that this concept, this Conway's law, is an extremely important one, which puts very nicely into a couple of brief words what governments usually struggle with when designing various systems and services. It's that it definitely is a reflection of the people who are designing the service, and it must be a challenge to involve everybody. It's actually impossible to involve everybody that will be using a service. in this process. But I wanted to maybe invite Colin to reflect on this a little bit. What has been your experience? Have you encountered Conway's Law in practice? How have you dealt with it?
We'll probably give it a different name, but yes, I think I think I said in my opening remarks, the challenge of effective government services is it starts with an effective approach to service design and user engagement, and we have something in Scotland called the Scottish approach to service design. We like to claim that we came up with that, which is it's a very detailed process, and it sets out how one should go about designing services, but fundamentally it comes down to a commitment that when decisions are made about the design of services, a user is in the room to help make those decisions. So it's not something that is just created in the realms of technology. I mean, I totally agree. I think the challenge isn't a technical one, even though the question was put in that way. If you think about what we talked about collectively as the gold standard, services that are scalable. So clearly, government cloud, the use of more general public cloud has to be part of those solutions. Services that are joined up, so we need to build services with common data standards so that we collect data in a similar way to enable those services to talk to each other across the boundaries of government. Services that are accessible and flexible and adaptable. So again, digital standards that allow for that to happen, that ensure that people can use them, that allow you to use the best private sector technologies as part of the overall response. And we're doing all that in Scotland. We have a program to help migrate away from legacy technologies and move to the cloud. I mentioned the Scottish approach to service design. We have a set of digital standards against which every new standard is obsessed, and if it doesn't pass that assessment, will not reach the marketplace and will not be introduced. And I think it's that kind of approach that we're seeing in governments right across the world, and we're proud to be part of that movement.
I think that it would be very interesting to reflect on this process of public sector development. So we've already touched a little bit upon engaging, citizens, users of the service when designing these public services. And just to keep you here, Colin, for a little bit, could you tell us a little bit about the digital commercial services that you have launched, and how is this fundamental into sort of getting the market intelligence, getting the knowledge, and bringing these public services a bit closer to the user?
Yes, I'd love to. I mean, well, I think out of our original apologies. Can I start again? That's an inevitability of living in the digital age. The phone is going to go off. Yeah, the digital commercial service. I mean, we started exploring the GovTech market with a project called CivTech, which was all about innovation and putting new challenges out to the marketplace to develop solutions. And we also realized that some of our more fundamental challenges, if we could find a better way of engaging the private sector in developing solutions for those, it would help us get to those solutions quicker, faster, and more effectively. So we set up the digital commercial service, and it works right across the gamut of what we do as an organization, from the very small things like CivTech, where we have unformed challenges that we're looking to help with, right through to the large scale contracts that we've had for some time that we need to ensure the government we're getting good value for. And it's about being braver and more engaging with the market at an earlier time. It's about understanding what's out there, having a much better sense of what the private sector is developing, what new opportunities there are, what new technologies might bring to government. So that constant scanning, if you like, of what's happening, and having that intelligence within government. It's about a better understanding of how the private sector ticks, so that we have we both recognize that we have different objectives from that relationship, but if you do that and you're open about it and you discuss that, then the result will be better. And it's about getting the private sector and expertise into the process earlier, getting away from the traditional approach to procurement where everything that we did was behind closed doors, and we having then made our mind up and drawn up a very detailed specification for what we wanted, we suddenly released it upon the marketplace, and replacing that with upfront engagement, engagement about what might be possible, about what kind of specifications could serve our purposes, and having that more engaged and open debate, not with a closed section of the market, but with everybody who could potentially have an interest in serving us. So the digital commercial services, yes, very much at the heart of our way forward. We don't think in Scotland that we can do everything that we need to do to digitise government, to improve services for people on our own. We have to do that in partnership, and the private sector is a key part of that.
So I just wanted to invite our private sector representative, Bartosz, to contribute to this a little bit. Colin, you touched upon a very crucial thing in public service development, which is the possibly sometimes the lack of flexibility when designing these projects. Public procurement rules, they're very rigid, and we need to often find new ways of developing and improving these public services. And so just Bartosz, to very quickly reflect on your experience with designing these public sector, public services, and what has been the experience? What is the usual process of developing a public service? Do you pilot extensively? Do you, just a brief reflection from your side.
My role is very special because I'm not the typical IT company, and I really try to educate my customers, clerks and administration that the agile methodology is much better than fixed price, that API is the gold standard to make some link data between digital services. But I want to say that, in my opinion, responsibility of the UX is too much on the IT, because we are not able to change the situation with the law is against the changes. And for me, this is the most forgotten part of UX, because we are talking about new technologies, we are talking about new service designers, we are talking about new possibilities. But we forgot that the law is much behind the new technologies. And for me, one of very sad, but also very good example is constructing industry in Poland. It's a little bit of shame, but we still use only papers to apply for the permission to build a new house or a skyscraper. And it's obvious that we can move it to the digital web forms, but we can't. Why? Because the law doesn't allow you to send these big papers with your projects via email. And it's so obvious to make it in on IT part, but it's not obvious about legislation. So my job is to describe these problems to my customers and start the research with the end users. And we show them the proof of concept. We show them how the IT system could look, but also we try to get insights what changes in the law must be done to make this life simpler. And this is one part of digitization. It's a legislation, as I said. The second part is a problem about digital cloud and the GovCloud, because people don't believe that it's a good solution, and you have still show why it's the most important way to go to the cloud. So this is the second part. And the third one is, as I said, the terms. If we want to be flexible, as Colin and Christo said, if we want to be follow the business, we have to also to follow the solution in hire the IT companies, because if we always want to have fixed price, they can't be flexible. So in my opinion, the goal for us is not only talking about UX on the IT part, but focus on the UX on the clerk's part, and wondering how legislation can be more useful, and the terms between IT companies and administration can be more flexible and open-minded for changes. So yes, so this is my point of view.
Since Bartosz just mentioned that many things that government officials have to take into account, to think about, that's legislation, technology, user experience, and a myriad of other things that you need to assess, look into before jumping into whatever projects. And I wanted to invite Christo to reflect a little bit about what is the mix of competences, of skills, what should be the team that takes charge of such public service transformation projects. So is it only the responsibility of the legal guys? Is it only the responsibility of the IT guys? What should be the mix?
Yeah, I'd like to reflect on the previous talk a little bit here, that the law was brought into here and regulations were brought into here. I think that in terms of technology, there's an interesting saying that if you regulate before you innovate, you're never going to innovate. So I think it's a duty of a government to also provide this kind of safe sandboxes to innovate, so that where you can try out new things without being dragged down by the existing legislation or laws even. I think this is one of the important duties. But I'm of a strong belief personally in terms of this, that you really shouldn't build stuff yourself that you are not the best of. What this means that unless you have a hypothesis that you can do something better than everyone else, then you should really just outsource it. You should just use something as a service. But the role of government there is that sometimes there's a need for something that doesn't exist in the marketplace yet. And in this sense, at that point of time, the government should take a stronger control as a driving force to make it happen, using partners in the private sector, but having much more control over it until they've gotten answers to their hypothesis, until they've seen that there might be a business case, and then they can push it into private sector. It was eye-opening for me a few years ago, once I came to work in the public sector, when I was told that, traditionally, just to think about it, traditionally government used to do a lot more than they do today, because a lot of the fields have become standardized and then given to the private sector. Things such as banking or infrastructure and communications. These were traditionally fields of a government, and now government just assures fair use and the rights of the citizens, but these services are being provided by the private sector. And I think that for the next generation, the same thing applies. As a government, we're kicking off new things, making sure that the rights of a citizen are kept safe. But at some point, we can give all of those services to the private sector as a partner in providing these and scaling these services up, because government itself is not going to scale these things up nationally at the enough level, or internationally even. So some of those services might end up being cross-border as an opportunity for the private sector. But last point from my own standpoint here is that it's also important for the government not to outsource something or push something in the private sector if the goal of the private sector is just to be a single provider of this kind of service. Unless private sector is willing and has a very clear goal to scale this up to sectors maybe beyond private or public sector for other service providers, so other private sector companies, then it shouldn't be outsourced, because then it's more expensive for the taxpayer. So if you want something to increase the quality and at the same time reduce the tax stress for the citizen, then you need to scale it up. But you need to scale it up with the help of private sector. So it's really going to be a lot about partnerships and being really honest with yourself before you start building something, that are you the best person to do it yourself, or do you need to involve the experts in other fields?
A very interesting thing to bring into this discussion, I think, would be to discuss the role of political leadership and the role of governance in the digital realm. I'd like to invite Frank to reflect on this a little bit. To what extent these things are crucial in order to enable such processes, such partnerships, to just in general, to have a successful process of public service development?
Well, it is clear that this kind of a role has changed in the last years. Yeah, governments used to control everything, build everything, keep everything in-house, and as a consequence, they were creating bottlenecks. Yeah, and as the demand from the citizens was getting more and more, putting more and more pressure on us, we had to shift strategies. The way we approached it in Belgium is probably a bit the same like what Estonia did. We have in our organization, I think about 2/3 of our staff that comes out of private sector. Yeah, because we absolutely wanted to have a closer relationship with the industry. Industry needs us, we need industry. It's at the same level. But we've decided that we did not want to keep everything in-house anymore, but to work more in a long-term partnership. And for that, well, first of all, you need to start and understand each other's needs, which was not a given from the start. Industry sector had or still has to understand that you cannot just offer the same package or product or service to public sector like you do in private sector. The needs are different, and these needs they need to understand. Like we in public sector need to understand that a private sector needs to make profit, and that you need to give that room for them to be profitable so that they can invest in research and come up with new things. So it's a really two-way communication also there. I think as a government nowadays, we are shifting more towards a concept where we want to offer some kind of a platform with a number of services that you can pick from the shelf or out of a menu, and it's up to the citizen or the industry to use it whenever they need it, in the format they need it, at the moment they need it. And we are more creating the environment so that society can function in the best possible way. Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it. And we go a little bit more in backstage, make sure that everything works, that everything is safe, that the data that we keep from these people are secure, but that all the tools are there for them, for industry to function, to flourish, for citizens to function in society. So that's probably where our focus goes for the moment.
I think that's sort of brings us nicely back to the beginning, where we, have reflected how important it is to think about what the citizen needs from the government, and that the citizen, the user, is at the center of everything that we do. And just to briefly wrap up on the gold standard of the public sector services that we've just discussed, that the citizens want personalized, life event focused, integrated services that are accessible to them when they need it at whatever medium they prefer. And we've actually discussed a little bit about how do we get there, how important partnerships are, how important it is for the government to have open channels of communication with businesses, with the citizens. And I think that's the collaborative aspect of this is the sort of the recipe for success for these new generation services. And I think that our time has run out. I hope that you've enjoyed this discussion. I certainly enjoyed it and was inspired by, the thoughts shared by our panelists. Once again, my sincere thanks go out to our digital leaders, Colin Cook, Krista Wacher, Frank Lehman, and Bartosz Stodulski. Many thanks for everyone who joined us today. We'll be looking forward to seeing you in our other panels. Thanks again to all of our panelists.
Hi again, everyone. I'm saying hi from a different place now, as I'd like to welcome you all to the last session of the day, which will be called Rethinking Public Sector Lithuania's Perspective, that I'll deliver actually myself. So today we heard about a lot of interesting innovative solutions that can bring government to what the citizen of the 21st century expects. A number of experts talked about how the future, or rather actually the present, should look like: a government that can provide services proactively centered around the citizens' needs and experiences. But the question remains, though, how do we achieve that? With the first stages of digital innovation and digitalization, what was required was more of a change of a medium from a physical one to digital one. But now, the current state of innovation requires a complete rethink of how we do things in the public sector. So to finish off the day with some practical information, I'll talk about how Lithuania is choosing to rethink public sector through GovTech Challenge series, and some rationale behind it. So traditionally, we assume a linear connection between challenges and the solutions. In the public sector, this translates into a traditional approach, where public sector defines the challenge and the solution it needs, and then it contracts the private sector to deliver and create it. This approach rests on the assumption that public sector has the monopoly of knowledge around both the challenges and the solutions, while private sector is capable and can autonomously create the solution. This has led to a situation where the desired main quality in the supplier from the public sector's perspective is stability, not out-of-the-box solutions or innovative ideas. Therefore, the status quo prevails and the big oil companies have formed a very dominant role in the market. And most of the procurement is actually built on these assumptions. While this linear approach might be correct in some cases, if our challenge, for instance, is how to color the walls of the agency or what pens should we buy, the reality is often much more complex. There's currently not a straight and direct way from the challenge to the solution, but rather it looks more like this. When it comes to current challenges of the public sector, what we actually need is not simply contracting out the solution, but co-creation. What does it mean? It means that public sector, private sector, including startups, NGOs, innovators, academia, need to cooperate in both understanding and defining the challenge, looking for ideas, and then creating solutions together, not separately and autonomously. What we see here in Lithuania is that two main conditions have to be met to ensure that we can actually co-create and create public sector that reflects the 21st century technological advancement and the citizens' expectations. Firstly, we need to empower public sector officials to experiment, look for out-of-the-box solutions, to trust themselves and the process of the innovation hunt. At the same time, we do need to ensure that there's someone to co-create with. So we need to diversify the players in the private sector. This means that we need to create conditions for smaller companies, such as startups, to participate in the process of solution creation. And this actually democratizes the process of problem solving overall in the public sector. To put that into practice, Lithuania created the GovTech Lab, which organizes GovTech Challenge Series. And GovTech Challenge Series is a process of connecting public sector challenges and innovative teams that have ideas and solutions for those challenges. GovTech Challenge Series is actually formed of 4 stages. First, we work with the public sector institution to define and select the challenges. Once the challenges are selected, we have an open call for ideas on how to solve the challenge, or if someone already has a solution developed, to simply submit it. Once we have all the ideas submitted, we select the most promising teams and ideas and work together through a structure accelerator. We make sure that public sector teams and innovative teams from the private sector work together and co-create those solutions and cooperate. We will provide workshops, expertise, anything else that the teams might need to ensure that they're not only working on that specific solution, but they can grow as a team. And then we move to implementation stage, where the public sector institution make decisions around procurement, and we help the teams to scale their product beyond this challenge. At the moment, we actually have 10 challenges that are looking for your ideas. You can find all the challenges on govtechlab.lt, but I'd like to expand on some of them so that you can have a taste on what kind of challenges we have and for what kind of teams we're looking for. So for instance, Ministry of Environment is looking for a team that would create a solution, a platform for example, that would match green products and environmentally conscious consumers. Buying green is still a challenge due to lack of reliable, easily accessible information, and actually in Lithuania, less than a third of Lithuanians feel empowered to contribute to environmental protection through their own actions. So we're looking for a team that would take on such challenge, empower individuals by creating such platform or such product. Consumer Rights Protection Agency authority, on the other hand, is looking for a solution for easier detection of unsafe and dangerous products on the internet. So although there is regulation around how what kind of ingredients and so on the products can have, it's still not that easy to detect the illegal ones and the dangerous ones. So currently, such product detection is done manually through searching for keywords, photos, and so on. But as you might expect, this requires a lot of human resources and it's not really effective. So we're looking for a team that could create or has actually already a tool to automate such detection. We also have more social challenges. So for instance, we're looking for a solution for detecting and monitoring hate speech on the internet. Now, a keyword-based monitoring system is used, but the number of cases provided is reasonably high. So we're looking for an innovative tech solution that could actually identify the hate speech as accurately as possible. Lithuanian airports, on the other hand, they're looking for a solution of how to log plane movements. And they want to use the real camera footage for that. So currently, the data on plane movements at the airport is collected manually through iPads and other different tools, and it's stored in spreadsheets and other systems. But Lithuanian airports seek to automate tracking of the plane movements and all the procedure using all the camera footage and all the visual materials that they already actually have and have available in the airport. They just need technology to recognize and track that. And this is actually just 4 out of 10 exciting challenges. So what's next? If any of these challenges interest you, and if you want to contribute to this new way that we're trying to bring to Lithuania's public sector, submit your idea to one of, or actually a few of these challenges, and create a solution with the help of our structured accelerator. If you're building a GovTech startup that is solving a different challenge, but would like to participate in the accelerator, need our help in finding potential piloting clients in the public sector, you can still contact us at info@govtechlab.lt. Secondly, Lithuania's government fully acknowledged that GovTech is the future and confirmed 7 million funding for Lithuania's public sector to buy GovTech solutions. So from from now on, even at the pilot stage, even at the very first stage, we'll be able to already invest in different GovTech solutions, and we will release 50 more challenges over the next year. So if current challenges are not your cup of tea, follow the news and there'll definitely be other challenges. Finally, if you're a public sector official that would like to learn more about setting up a GovTech program in your country, please tune in on Friday for the International GovTech Day. And we will be discussing the process of setting up a GovTech program with experts from Scotland, UK, Australia, and Poland. Thanks everyone for tuning in for the presentation and for our second day of the GovTech Week. Today, we discuss how we can rethink public services and what innovative public sector looks like. Tomorrow, we will explore more of a tech in the policymaking. We will discuss the use of data to understand those cities, to make decisions around our cities and plan them. We'll also talk about neurotech and behavioral science and how it can be used to solve the social challenges of our generation, what kind of cues it can provide for policymakers in making these kind of decisions. We will also talk about how to balance this potential of data and the effect it can have on citizens' human rights and their privacy. So see you all tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. on GMT+3 time zone, and bye-bye for now.